All right, hey, I'm just gonna shut that off because I am ready to go. Uh-oh. All right. Sorry about that. Forgot. I thought I was ready to go. Oh man. All right. It's just been a busy day and a busy week. And hello everybody. I don't have any headphones on because my when I was working out in the garden, it kind of I think the cord wore out, so it's kind of getting staticky, you know what I mean? So anyway, I got new headphones coming tomorrow. And I will do a garden review because I've been out in my garden, not just the stuff up by my house, but out in my garden. I've been busting my butt out there. So, and then I was gonna, not again. All right, that's that red cat that comes around once in a while. About this time, because he knows the food's coming out. Anyway, he's a mean cat. He hurts my cat. All right, so yeah, I've been just busting my butt, and then when I come in at night, I'm telling you, by the time I feed everybody, I've been passing out like 10 o'clock, which is crazy for me. Yeah, I just been tired. So anyway, I wasn't gonna rest till everything was in the ground, and it is all in the ground. So now I can rest. But that's why I kind of went MIA. I really haven't been doing too much on YouTube, that's for sure. Anyway, I just want to say hi to everybody first. Hey D, look at you. D has been on my channel probably, I don't know how many years, D. 8 years, probably, I don't even know. A long time. Good to see you, D. Hope you've been doing well. Not my monkeys. A good evening to you too. Kathy Hannah says hi. I say hi right back at you. Florida Life in the Sun says hey to you too. Red Frog 11, hello in there. Good to see you. Mary Cop, hello friends. Hello to you too. Tina, hey guys, how are you all? I'm doing awesome. I hope everybody else is. Anyway, good to see Tina and everybody else. Yeah, I am rocking out. That's right. Yeah, so I rocked out so much that I wrecked my headphones. It had a really heavy duty cord. They're my favorite headphones yet. And it had one of those heavy duty tangle free cords, but kind of eventually got wiggled too much and it broke. So I had them a long time. So anyway, got another pair coming tomorrow. Yes, I am rocking out. Susan says so much. Good to see you. Not late. We're just starting. I've got some clips, as you can see by the what's it called, the title. It says Whittaker channel video clips that didn't age well. We're gonna look at some of the clips tonight that really didn't age well, considering that Eric is claiming he didn't know nothing about adopting Timmy. That was sprung on him. You never saw that coming. Um, so yeah, we're gonna go over some clips that probably didn't age too well. Well, hey Justin, good to see you tonight. I hope your health is awesome. Hope you're healthy, and I hope your family is doing well. Uh, Thank you. I have been working very hard. Uh, you've started a stream. Yes, I wasn't gonna stop till my outside stuff was done. So now I get to play. Everything's in the ground. All I have to do is water it, and well, I got a whole bunch of other projects too. I gotta go probably tomorrow, hook up my trailer and go get some more black dirt. I got more projects to do, but everything's in the ground so I can relax and party. Thank you. A gorgeous garden. Thank you. Sounds good. Yeah. Um, so yeah, I've just been busting my butt. Oh, thank you, D. I always look forward to seeing you. Well, hey, dear Jane, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Kathy, an aggressive species of bees have built a nest near my garden. They chased me across the yard yesterday. Oh, really? They have like a beehive? Because they got, yeah, it's dangerous though. I know they're mean, but they do have that spray that goes like 30 feet or something. If you can spray it and run or have a suit on or something. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, Tina. And I've had to move all my tomatoes because I have a very aggressive eating gopher. Eats all my tomatoes. So I've had to revamp my entire garden life over this damn thing. And I've been fighting with this gopher for years. Um, excuse me, I don't have the heart to kill it as I choke on my words. I'm pretty sure I don't. So I'm removing the temptation. The only thing in the garden he would go after was my ripe tomatoes, right as I was about to pick them. Two big buck teeth marks in every one. Pretty sure it's a gopher or woodchuck or something. Something with big buck teeth. Anyway, sorry about the bees. I hope you can do something about them. It can be tricky though. Well, hey Kathleen, good to see you tonight. I'm glad you caught the live too. Probably 5 or 6 years. Is that how long you've been on? Yep, you've been on with us for a long time. We've had some good times, Dee. Uh, Great. I missed the Whittakers. Even all video. All right. Well, I got a fix for you. I got fixes for everybody. I got enough to make everybody fat and giggly tonight. I got actually we're gonna focus on a certain area of these clips because I have everything kind of categorized. And we're gonna go over the clips about like Eric wanting to adopt Timmy, okay? And we're gonna go over a lot of Eric wanting to adopt Timmy clips because he's saying that never happened. He didn't know nothing about adopting Timmy. Like, wait a minute, what about the two Timmys in a what about the two Timmys in a dad t-shirt? Like I said last week, they weren't gonna print out any no, I'm sorry, not two Timmys. Two dads in a Timmy. That's what it's gonna be. Not two Timmys in a dad. That probably wouldn't work. But they were going to print out shirts. That's how much they were talking about it. Two dads and a Timmy, like there was some type of a comedy show or something. Handing off babies. I remember that. And you didn't see anybody printing out any, two dads in a Ray or two dads in a Lorraine, in t-shirts. Anyway, yeah. So I got a clip. So in my Timmy file, I have 203 clips pertaining to Eric and Timmy. Well, some of them are Patrick. I'm going to tell you, the majority of the clips are mostly Eric, because he was the one really pushing for this adoption. Oh, and then last time he was on a live stream, he was saying it was all Patrick's idea to adopt Timmy. Oh man. I don't know if he can't keep his story straight or if he's just like changing directions each week. I'm not really sure. Uh, okay. I saw a video that Mark had done. Ray was so dirty, bless his heart. I would have made him change it. Okay, so I want to say something about that. So one time, Mark was over there, okay, and Ray was on the porch, and Ray crapped his pants like really bad. Okay, it's like bad. So you could see through him on the jeans where he was like all over his ass, right? And so uh, everybody was saying something like, "Oh my god!" And then Ray ran into the house, and BJ went in after him, and like in 5 minutes later, he came out with clean clothes. And I think she was putting a lotion on his knee or something. But he crapped his pants. But the part that nobody shows you is that they went in and got him some clean clothes. That's why Betty always had clothes hanging on the clothesline. Probably most of them were Ray's. You know what I mean? Wish I could hear from Betty's own mouth how she did me too. I don't know if we're ever gonna hear from Betty. You know what's weird though? Um, so remember you guys last Christmas about Christmas-ish? Well, hey Grace, good to see you tonight. Welcome, my moderator, and very good friend. Um, so, hold on a second. I'm so behind on comments, ain't I? Anyway, so you remember that clip that came out, and it looked like Betty was singing, and she had a plaid shirt on, and she had a cowboy hat on, and she was singing karaoke with some guy. Remember those clips? I could bring them up, but I'm not gonna. That's not really where I'm going tonight. But it just dawned on me. So if you look, I think that was Betty. I know everybody said no, it's a lookalike. Remember that she had a red plaid uh, jacket on or a shirt, and it was Christmas time, and it looked like they were in a nursing home, and there was like a wreath on the wall, and you remember that? You guys, I think that was Betty, and I think they were in the place. I think she was visiting her family. I could be wrong, but I've looked at that again. Yeah, I know it. People think it's. I think the rumor got put out there that it's not her, but do you guys remember that? I know I'm way behind on comments. Let's see. Um, yeah, they built in an old birdhouse, and they didn't get me, but I really had to. Yeah, it's like on the cartoons where the bees all start chasing, and they form into a big arrow pointing at you. Yeah, dang. We have a groundhog problem. Yeah, I don't know. Do they have big buck teeth? Because I might have a groundhog too, and I don't know if it's one or it's a bunch. But so I have a fence around there. But what I heard is that they dig under the fence. Like there's no keeping them out. Um, my dad, he would just go out there with a gun and it'd be problem solved. But I don't got the heart to do that. But yeah, it takes a bite out of every tomato. Just as I'm about to pick it, I go out there and every ripe one has 2 bite marks in it. And then it goes to the next one. Perhaps you can trap it. Yeah, I have a live cat, but then what? I don't even want to touch the cage once the thing gets in there. Rabbits are eating your squash and tomato. Really? I grew squash one time, and I don't even like squash, but it grew like wildfire. It was crazy. Yeah, I don't know what to do about rabbits. Maybe I don't know fence. I don't know. Wascally wabbits. I would love to have some ripe. Yeah, I've got. They come in so strong. Um, Hey Grace, I was just about to say I didn't see her there. Yeah, she is rolled in and Grace. Eric cannot keep his story straight. Yes, he is a terrible liar. And yeah. Hubby killed the mama a couple days ago and then picked off one baby. I could tell it bothered him, so I asked, "You feeling bad?" He said, "Yeah, kind of." Yeah, yeah, I know. My dad used to just not have a problem, but I think I would. So yeah, they're little rascals. Yeah. But yeah, I guess they dig under the fence. There's just like no keeping them out. It was 96 in California. Wow. Fry an egg on anything. That's great. You guys, when it got 80, I could barely even work outside. It was just insane. Felt like 100 to me. You're in the foothills. Hey, sir, good to see you tonight. Sir, in the foothills. You on the East Coast? Oh, it's a little later there, huh? It was 96 in California. Wow. You don't get notifications, TNT? That's why I try to put out a video like an hour ahead of time, just in case people don't get notifications. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I have channels that are like that. Even though I have the thing on the button, it doesn't. It doesn't. I wonder if Eric is still hiding the money in the Amish piggy bank. I would like to. You know what I would like to? I would like to talk to those Amish people. Poor Amish people got. And you know the craziest thing is his Robert Mass' other son builds log cabins, so they didn't even need to go to the Amish, who they were disbarred from, or whatever they call it, excommunicated. Anyway, if it was her, she's having a good time. Yeah. Did you guys see that? Yeah. 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 I think that was her. And I think she was in the nursing home. I do. You don't remember that one? Oh, thank you, Kathy. They do. Um, oh, well, thank you, TNT. I'm glad to be here. Yeah, I was going to come on earlier this week, but every day I'd come in. Every day I came in the house and fed everybody and passed out really early. Like normally I'd be up till 2, 3 in the morning. That's usually what I'm up to. But yeah, let me see if I can find it. Betty Whittaker singing in a nursing home. I don't know. I mean, it's on that weird channel that I'm getting clips from. I just talked about. It's on. I'm pretty sure it's on that channel that made all them predictions and updates. No, actually, they had some inside information or something. Some of these weird channels, it seems like either Eric is very Eric biased, very influenced by Eric somehow. Maybe it's just somebody that's a big fan and believes everything he says, but anyway. You put up an electric fence, sometimes they get through it anyhow. Yeah, I think they go under it. That's what I heard. Anyway, good to have you here at TNT. Yeah, anything over 80 is too hot for me too. You've had skunks living under the shed. Oh, your cat got sprayed 3 different times. She never. That is weird because okay, so I had a skunk. I had skunks or one skunk or whatever. Used to spray my dogs all the time, and it used to come here to eat the cat food because I used to put the cat food outside, and I know that they can't jump, so I put it up high where the skunk couldn't get to it. But the skunk kept coming looking for the cat food because like they'll come for the cat food, and it started coming every night. And I thought, oh, this ain't gonna work because it keeps getting my dog sprayed. And, anyway, one night all the cats were outside, and that skunk came in the yard and under the fence, and then under the gate, and then he looked at all the cats, and the cats froze like statues, and the skunk went in and out of them like statues, and walked around, and then the skunk went away. But it looked like they're kind of scared of the skunk. I've never had a cat sprayed by a skunk, but I've had dogs. And then I asked them to go jump in the pond a bunch of times. Yeah, skunks, they suck. Sadly, I don't believe Eric had intentions of building a home. No, he didn't. You know, YouTube messing with the algorithm. Sand 5 was demonetized. Sand 5, I don't know who that is, but sorry to hear that. I bet if Elizabeth showed up there, she would say how Betty is doing. She probably still sees her. I don't think Elizabeth sees anybody. In fact, I'm pretty sure she'll tell you that because I'm pretty sure she said that, or somebody said that she doesn't see him. I don't know. Elizabeth is not seeing the Whittakers. I'd pretty much bet money on that. Skunks will eat anything. Yeah, they like the cat food. Santa Layla's Toys, they had it too? Yeah, there was a different channel that had it, but they keep playing it in black and white while they're talking. But anyway, yeah, cats are smarter than dogs. Yeah, yeah, cats can get along better with the wildlife, I think. No, I don't think skunks can jump at all because yeah, when I put it up high, the food, skunk couldn't get to it, and he eventually stopped coming here. Yeah. So, and when my dog got chased a porcupine, and the porcupine shot the needles in my dog's face, um, I had to bring the dog to the vet and have surgery. He had to go like be put under and get the things taken out of his face. And I asked the vet. I said, how common is this porcupine stuff in the face? And she said, actually, we get a lot of it in the springtime. It happens a lot. She said, they constantly get in dogs, and she said sometimes it's way worse. I mean, it wasn't my dog's nose; they're barbs, and you can't pull them out. It was all over his mouth and his chin. And anyway, I said, well, how many cats have you ever seen with porcupine needles? She said, none. I've never seen a cat get hit with porcupine needles. She's a vet. She's an old lady too. In her whole career, she never saw. I said, in your whole career, you never saw a cat with porcupine needles in the face? She said, nope. I said, well, they're smarter that way, I guess. They're eating dry cat food here. Yeah, well, that's what the skunks like. And I had to finally put it up. Your pit bull used to get, yeah, yep. I've seen it. I've watched it on my camera. Like, oh dang, dogs go outside and they don't know, and they go out in the dark part of the yard, and yeah. My cat used to pet the skunk while they ate it. Really? Yeah, I think they can chill with cats, but yeah, a dog ain't gonna fly. Yeah, with a dog, yeah. And it's funny. They it used to stink more because I don't know. It just seems like my past, the dogs I've had in the past. But these dogs, they jump in the pond all the time, so I think it washes it off. They haven't been sprayed, thank God, for a long time. Um, yeah, sweet cat. Hoping that eventually it's going. Yeah, just take the food away and they will move on. And I have a video one time where I went to open the door and I was going to tell it to shoo, and it turned around like it was going to spray me, and I said, "Yikes!" and I slammed the door. Yeah, they turn around and face their ass at you like they're going to shoot. Yeah, yeah, there's skunks all over here. You're trapping raccoons. Oh yeah. Oh, trying to let the cage up. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Raccoons are a little scarier too. They're kind of wild. A vagrant possum and a groundhog. And I have never seen my garden predator. All I see is the big 2 buck teeth in all the tomatoes. He got sprayed a little bit behind the tarp that we threw over the cage. Yeah, yeah. And it depends what kind of fur it is. Like my German Shepherd's got wiry fur. I think the fur that these dogs have, it doesn't really stick to them that much. Doesn't have a lot of down to it, you know. Yeah. Use fish fertilizer on the garden plants. Possum dig up. Oh, to eat the dead fish? You know, I'm just thinking about that today. Once in a while, I will have a watermelon that tastes like fish. And I think farmers do that in their watermelon patch. I don't like that. I'm going to throw it away. Sometimes you can taste the fish in the food. Eh, Possum are great to have for ticks too, but they do tear up your yard. What they do, eat wood ticks? Uh, yeah, raccoon. Oh, yeah, we got a lot of raccoons around here, but yeah, yeah. Freelancers, skunks, yeah. Yep, they'll try to get anything, and I just try to not have a source of food for them. The cats that come here, the stray cats, they have to go through a little cat hole up about 3 feet high to get into my porch. It is skunk proof and whatever else. Yeah, they are ugly. Yeah, and possums are ugly. That's why they have one in a trash can, and they showed it, and it was gross. Oh man. So, how am I gonna do this? Yeah, I should be able to do this. Um, playing, play some of these clips because Eric said that. Eric said that. You know what I noticed, you guys? I noticed that when I was looking through my catalog here, I noticed there's a bunch of videos that I never posted. Like here's one. Oh, wait, no, wait, that's not it. How to say it? Let me find here. Second. Yeah, there's a few videos here. Like here's one that's over 19 minutes that I never posted. There's a few of them. Oh, here's another one, 26-minute video I never posted. Oh, that was about Kenny. And here, interesting. Anyway, yeah, a bunch of videos I never posted. It's weird. All right. Anyway, I was thinking, dang, I don't know why. I don't know why. Anyway, so when I play these, I won't be able to look at your comments. At Tumblr #1 with the straw. So I won't be able to see your comments, but I will go back and forth. Okay. So let me see what we got here. So I'm in this is in the category of okay, so last week, well, maybe it's been like 2 or 3 weeks. Eric has not done another Whittaker live stream since his little like his little series there. I think he had a few one week and a few the other week, but he hasn't really been on for like 2 weeks. And I think it's funny because those have got a lot of views. I mean, I think they're all over 10,000. There's a lot, maybe 6,000 some, but a lot of views. And then last week, Eric, he's been advertising this UFC fighters or somebody that's going to be on his channel, and he was so excited. He was announcing it, and that so anyway, the UFC fighters or whoever they were, I don't know who they were, but somebody he was a big fan of came on his channel last week, and I think they got 136 views or something like that, like 100 and something views. Now he put up another one that says, "Come on, guys, where's all our fight? Where's all our fight fans?" or something like that. He's gonna try it again. So anyway, without the Whittaker stuff, he's getting 100 views. So even with some, I don't know, like I said, if they're UFC fighters, I don't know what they're. But anyway, so last time Eric was on, he was saying that Patrick is the one that wanted to adopt Timmy, and he wanted to adopt Timmy because Timmy was the easy one. You remember, I did a whole video about that. Did a whole video about how, and here's the clip from that video that I used in that video. One of the clips. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so take a second. Oh wait, you know what I gotta do? I gotta mute my. Not a second, I gotta mute something. If you guys are in the comment section, forgive me for not seeing your comments because I am going to mute my stream here so I can turn the volume back on. All right. So, yeah, he was saying that Patrick wanted to adopt Timmy because he was easy. And I got that clip here. In fact. Oops. But as far as like that, and at the time, Patrick was becoming a daily occurrence almost. He was talking about adoption of one, not all, one. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta get this over. You can see it. So you remember that, right? And then I did a whole video on how. Here we go. Just to remind you, I think this was last week or a couple weeks ago. Yeah. There he is. Questions asked. But as far as like that, and at the time, Patrick was becoming a daily occurrence almost. He was talking about adoption of one, not all, one. And he usually favored one because that was easy, right? I wanted to make sure they were all taken care of. I mean, this is total projection. This is total projection. He's the one that only wanted to adopt Timmy. I'm going to show some clips on this. So yeah, now he's flipped around where it was Patrick that wanted to, because remember, I did that whole video that Eric wanted Timmy because Timmy was easy. All right, hold on a second. Let me pull these up. So let's do a couple of reminders. I did do that video. If anybody wants this, if you haven't seen it, it's on there somewhere. All right. So yeah, so now it was Patrick that wanted it. Yeah, so I have 211 clips with Eric talking about Timmy. So let me stroll through down memory lane here. All right. Oh. Yeah. Let's remind us what happened. Now, you guys, I think everybody knows the timeline that Monday they were taken, and that was the Monday following the Friday where the blow up was. So Friday, Eric goes over to the Whittakers. Everything was a go with the house. And then later he comes back. He claims BJ was in the camper, and then he calls the whole deal off. And most people, most people personally believe that, in my opinion, is that he was just looking for a reason to call this thing off because he wasn't allowed to bring Timmy home. And so Friday the 5th, Betty said no. And this happened on Friday the 5th. I'm going to show you what happened. September 5th. This is after they left. After Eric and Douche left the Whittakers, they got back. And this is where he says he's going to call APS and do what he's been threatening to do. And this is a frame of mind he was in. And remember, this was Friday, so Saturday, Sunday, 3 days later, Eric gets involved with adult protection in what they call extracting the 3 out of the home. And he was promised on Monday after the hospital, after they're extracted, and after the hospital looks at Timmy, he was supposed to go home with Eric back to Georgia after he got checked out at the hospital because he had tickets at whatever, Universal Studios or something, who even knows. But this is him mad. Oops. This isn't very loud. Let me turn it up. Yeah, this is after Betty said, you're not taking Timmy to Georgia. Remember the big blow up on the porch? And Timmy held up the newspaper because he didn't even want to look at Eric. Yeah. This is right after that. Gotta make calls. Timmy doesn't need to be there. Now. Mm-hmm.
Saying that I was trying to get the state to pick him up, which I never did. But now I'm saying Timmy does not need to be there.
It sucks because he didn't get his way. Now, mind you, Eric is calling the shots. Eric's deciding that Timmy doesn't need to live at his home that he's lived at for 46 years just fine without him. And somehow BJ's lived on the property on and off her whole life too, and had been there almost 20 years with Timmy. And nobody ever needed Eric's help. But all of a sudden, Timmy doesn't need to be there. Mm-hmm. We're just going to go down the list here. All right. Nope, Timmy doesn't need to be there. That was on the 5th after he didn't get his way. I'll be back in the chat in a minute, guys, because I can't. The sound is going in and out. Yeah, I think that was actually in the video. I was trying, some of these I was trying to hurry up and clip before because he was deleting this stuff. So yeah, they're not, some aren't the best. And he also contradicted himself when he said, Patrick, he said that adult protection said that he could take Timmy home and adopt him and all that stuff. And he said, but you can't take pictures of him, videotape or whatever. And Eric's like, I don't care. I would take him. I don't care if I ever do. Then he also told the story that he told them that he wants to take Timmy. And when they said that you can't videotape him, he said, well, that's what's going to pay for the house. So anyway, contradicted himself there too. Let's go. Well, I got a lot of clips on here. Oh, here's another creepy one. This is also on that day. Well, actually, no. This was actually after the family This is after the family was taken. This is now remember, the family was taken on a Monday following the big Friday blow up. And Eric said that he was promised that they was going to get Timmy that Monday after he gets checked out from the hospital. But they said, no, things are kind of not good right now. Come back tomorrow and you can get him then. And then him and Douche went back the next day on Tuesday. And they kind of got stopped. And they're like, I don't, we don't know if you should be here. And then they said, yeah, we're the only people in the world that are allowed to see Timmy from the outside. And then they kind of let him through. And then the third day on Wednesday, they came back. Well, they didn't let him take Timmy on Tuesday either. And he was showing them how to take care of him and how to put lotion on Ray's knee. And then Wednesday, when he came back on that third day, they told him pretty much, scram, you're not getting Timmy. And I believe personally, like, what changed from Monday to Wednesday? Now, Eric's saying that, they used him. They used me to get the family and then they dumped me. Well, that's possible. But I think really more likely what happened is that Timmy got to the hospital and then when Eric wasn't around, they're probably asking him because Timmy can do yes or no. He can answer yes or no. Look at all the videos. Timmy, you like that? Yeah. Do you want this? No. He knows yes. He knows. I mean, he's not dumb and he's not 100% not communicating. So I think they said, you want to go with Eric? He probably said, no. Do you want to stay with your mama? Yes. I mean, Eric? Nope. And they're like, this is weird. Maybe the kid's just in shock. Let's wait till the next day. I think that's actually what happened. All right, now let's look at this psychopath moment. And this was after the family was taken. Now, remember, Eric said that the family was taken on Monday. They went to the emergency room. And then Tuesday, either Tuesday or Wednesday, by Tuesday or Wednesday, they had been moved into a hotel. And there was that picture of Timmy that we saw in the hotel, like by a coffee table where they were, it was kind of like a bureau thing and it had like coffee or something. You could tell it was a lobby of a hotel. And so by the third day, the Whittakers were in, well, I don't think Ray, but I think Timmy and Lorraine, they had put into a hotel because that's what Eric said. And Eric said that picture that got leaked of Timmy in the hotel lobby, he said that got leaked from the security guard who was taking the pictures off of a security camera, whatever. But yeah, that's what he said. And anyway, and by the third day, they said, no, you can't be with him. Go home. We'll don't call us. We'll call you. And so, anyway, this is one of those days, either Monday or Tuesday. This is right after the family got taken. So let's see what he's got to say. Okay, that's really psychopathic. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. So you see a little bit of a psychopathic tendency there. Before I go on, I got to go back into the chat and see what you guys are saying, guys. Did you see the look on his face? I never noticed he was missing a bottom tooth till he was screaming like that. It's the first time I saw that. Hold on a second. All right, I'm not even on. Hold on a second. Goodness, I think I just got lost my. Okay, gonna hit back in the chat for a second. So I mean, you can see the frame of mind that he is over that weekend. Okay, that and he's barking orders at the adult protection, telling them what to do and how when to jump and how high. Um, yeah, I'm not really sure, but and maybe they were letting him because what's going on here. None of us can bark orders at anybody like that. How come he can? Well, maybe they were letting him bark orders just because he was he was getting her done, right? He was doing the dirty work, you know. So I'm gonna back up and just see what you guys are saying here because I have so many like this where he's just. I mean, well, thank God that. Okay, if I'm going to say anything nice about adult protection there, because I think they did some jacked up stuff. Personally, my opinion, I think they did some jacked up stuff. But if there's one thing I gotta give them credit for, that they didn't hand Timmy over to this guy who looks like he's lost his mind. I mean, oh, um, yeah, Timmy with the newspaper. That was funny. That was funny. Oh man, yeah, no audio. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, I'm pretty far behind on that. Yeah. So you see how mad he was? Yeah, he was in his truck saying he was mad. He's not going to leave without Tim. You see how psychopathic that is. I think what changed is the governor got wind of it and didn't like the bad press West Virginia was getting. Yeah, imagine they didn't. But why was West Virginia adult protection acting like that? Why were they jumping every time Eric said something? I remember Eric was saying like remember he was bragging, and I did probably 2 or 3 videos about it. About he was bragging how he had some type of control over the people down at the courthouse. Mhm. I'm thinking, wait a minute, he's not even from here. I mean, he's from from another state. So uh, how in the heck is he barking orders and down at the courthouse too? And they're like, because when I gathered, okay, did you hear the audio on either one of those? You want me to play it again? Was the audio? I think I played 2 clips. Is the audio? Huh. All right. He doesn't like the word no unless he's just yeah. All right. No. You might need an open panel. Uh, hey Glade. I've heard not to hear his voice anyway. It sets me pointing his finger at the phone. Yeah, yeah. Did you want me to play them clips over? Did you hear the? Did you hear the? Did you hear the audio or no? I could turn it up. I think I can. Okay. Uh, yeah. Trigger warning. All right. Oh, and this is on someplace. Whittaker family. I don't even know where I got this from, but it says Eric admitting he'll be making phone calls to APS. Let me know if you can hear. See, he's got watch. He's wagging his finger.
I'm not leaving Timmy. I don't know where. I don't know how. But I'm gonna find you, buddy. I'm coming. And you guys can
You know, he deleted this so fast. He deleted this video so fast. I don't even know what day it was. It was either Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm not sure, but yeah. Thank God they didn't hand Timmy over to him. I mean, so what? Were they using him? Did they know how unstable he was the whole time? Because, maybe he was just playing nice and trying to be normal when he was like with the Whittaker. I mean, with the, handing the Whittakers over to APS. Maybe he was, they didn't see that side of him. Maybe this side of him didn't come out until he didn't get to go home with Timmy. All right, let's see what else we got. Yeah. Oh, hey. Well, this is an 18-minute video. I should upload this. I don't even know what that is. That is weird. And here's a 19-minute video I never uploaded. All right. And, oh. This is interesting. Here's one where Patrick is saying that Timmy knew he was going to be taken by Eric. All right. Because remember, he ran up to Betty and said, "Don't let Eric take me." Now he's kind of sitting in the dark, so it's not like you can see him. I think he's talking about. Ouch. A kitten clawing me. All right. Yeah, so you saw on the porch. Timmy didn't want to go with him. He had the newspaper up. Didn't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you were bringing them to a life that they should have been brought to. They're just.
Wait a second. He's in a dark room. Hold on a second.
Okay. And this is what's crazy. Like, and then I'm gonna get off here because I was this shithead over here wanting to do something. Oh, you're good. Sorry, I took your time. No, you're good. But so it was the day before APS come and picked him up, and I went down to Betty's and I got Timmy, and whenever Timmy got in the truck, Timmy hollered for Betty, and whenever Betty come around the truck, Timmy said something to her. I don't know what the fuck he said to her. And that was his own language. And then I said, because I could tell that Timmy was really bothered. And I hollered for Betty, and I said, "Betty, come here for a minute." And she came out, and I said, "What did Timmy just say to you?" She said, Timmy said, "Please don't let Eric take me away from here."
Okay, so that was Sunday, you guys. That was the day. Well, not even 24 hours before they were taken, because this was Sunday. Later on Sunday. And remember, Eric is still in town. Eric knows there's going to be an extraction tomorrow on Monday. But there you go. There is Patrick pleading. If you believe Patrick, and I believe him, that Timmy didn't want to go. And look at how crazy Eric is acting. I mean, you gotta. I mean, not only was Timmy being held in these Airbnbs for days and days and days, pleading to go home, calling 911, wanting to go home, and not being. being, and then all these other strange men that were coming and going, Eric's buddies. Um, I'm trying so yeah, and then you saw him on the porch. He didn't want to go. All right, I'm looking for a particular one. Yeah, there's some videos I never put up, you guys. I don't know why. All right. And this was here, I'll show you this one here. This is not a voice. This is I don't know if I even have a date on it, but this is Eric. The couple days before, remember he went with his buddies to out of state to go see the Amish. And when he comes back, he finds out that he missed the restraining order, but he blamed Betty for canceling it. Oh, dang it. Yeah, it just jumped on that. I got a little kitten up here. All right. All right. This is, let's just show it. Now, if you can see it, might be able to clear it up a little bit. This is what Eric thought Timmy was going on that Friday. He had the Airbnb until Saturday morning. It says, you will be going back to Georgia with me as long as Betty doesn't change her mind for a little bit. But it won't be for long. I'm hoping at least a couple of weeks, but eventually then he will have to come back. And that moment will be rough. So he already knows he doesn't want to bring him back after a few weeks, right? Yeah, imagine him being scared to death. You know, Timmy and all these, being taken from his family. Eric wanting to take him. So I will bet. You heard Patrick. Patrick said that he didn't want to go with Eric. We saw for ourselves he didn't want to go with Eric. And so I think when he got down to the emergency room down there after the extraction, they asked him, "Do you like Eric? Do you want to go home with Eric?" He probably said, "Nope, nope." Timmy is perfectly capable of saying yes or no. And so, and you saw these people that were saying, "I don't think that's a good idea." It says, "I think he needs to be around his family." Oh crap! Come on. Hold on. The kitten just stepped on something. She's a handful. I don't even know what she just stepped on. Goodness. I think I'm not even on the internet right now. Stop. Now she stepped back and she's on the keyboard. Goodness there, kid. All right. Stop stepping on stuff. All right. It says, I think he needs to be around his family. They're aging and not in the best of health. He has Patrick for support, and I don't think it's in his best interest to be all the way in Georgia, as well intentioned as it is. Oh my God, this cat. I need to put it in a cage or something. She's a handful. Maybe I'll just look at your guys' comments. Oh my goodness. Kid. she's a little tortoiseshell. And she's that day that cat came and attacked all the other cats here, the strays and my cat, my old cat. Um, all the cats disappeared and the kittens, and this was the only kitten left. So I took the kitten into my house. And after a week, she thinks she owns the place. Anyway, it's not her fault. All right. All right. I don't think it's in his best interest to be all the way in Georgia, as well intentioned as it is. He would have a great time. No, but I think he needs to be with his family. Again, Eric Carroll, I know it will be hard on Timmy. He's going to miss you so much. And I'm sure he'll be devastated. He's so loved and you love him. People need to realize that he's known Timmy maybe 3 or 4 weeks. He met him once briefly at the end of June, and he's known him for 3 weeks of August at this point, where he wants to take him home because he loves him so much. Shelley writes, Timmy whimpered in your live stream when you told him he wasn't going home. I think he misses his family. Lorraine probably misses him too. I think your intentions are great. But yeah. So everybody was against it. You know what I mean? Everybody was against it. Trying to talk some sense into Eric, who thinks he owns Timmy. And in fact, I'm going to show you this thing about, and I was like, yeah. Yeah, so let's look at this one where he was talking about adopting Timmy. Now remember, this, you got to remember, this was before Eric said he was blindsided with those adoption papers. All right. He was blindsided. Now, this was 2 weeks before he was blindsided with adoption papers. He's talking about adopting Timmy. Remember, he was in the Airbnb and he followed, here it is. Unbelievable. He followed, in fact, they're in the kitchen. Eric and Timmy are in the kitchen. And Timmy says, I gotta go sheet. Okay. And he says, okay. And then Timmy walks off, right? And then Eric's talking his talk. And then Eric's like, oh, I go, let's go see what he's doing. And then he goes with the phone on the live stream up right to the bathroom door, knocks on there. Timmy, what are you doing? What are you doing in there? And he said, and he's a bad parent. This is after he went and basically humiliated Timmy. He just told him in the kitchen, yeah, I gotta go take a crap. And so he goes to the bathroom and now he's in there with the phone saying, what are you doing in there, Timmy? Timmy's really annoyed. He says, I shit. Like, I just told you. He said, oh, I don't know what's going on in that bathroom. I hear something. And so just exploiting him. And so this is right after he came out of the bathroom. And then they even joked later that Dwayne said, maybe you should, because everybody was saying, I sheet. That was like a meme, right? Well, then Dwayne said, you should make t-shirts say I sheet with Timmy's face on it. Anyway, oh my gosh. All right, let's see what he's got to say. This is right after he got done harassing him in the toilet. For content, mind you. All right. And he wants to say this is when he told you that adult protection is watching his videos. So he's on his best dad behavior, like he's dad of the year, right? I don't know. Okay, let's get this. So he just got out harassing him in the toilet, and then he comes out and he wants to say, I wouldn't be a good dad or a good parent or whatever. But then he's going to say babysitter. Now somehow he's babysitting a man who's 46 years old, who's actually 5 years older than himself. Go ahead, Eric.
On that door. I'm sorry for that. I have to check on him, or I would be
A bad one. Babysitter. He's babysitting Timmy? Hmm.
I'm sorry for disturbing him.
Oh my God. Don't cry, Eric. Don't cry. Hold it together.
I never knew I could love another person's child as much as I do. I'll be honest with you, I never understood adoption in the past. Because I never understood, like, somebody do that. But now I do. What? Where was that music coming from?
Okay. He never is. Now he understands adoption, and he, so this is 2 or 3 weeks before he got blindsided with adoption papers. Ay. Yeah. I know. Where'd they get this adoption stuff from? That's crazy. I never said nothing about adopting him. Yeah, this is weeks before that happened. Before he told everybody, he never said nothing about adopting anybody. All right, let me get back to the comments. Can I? Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah, here. Let's go back. I'll do it. Hold on. Let me go back. I'll do it with closed caption here. I never understood adoption. This is right after he got done harassing him off the toilet. And that's why Timmy came out all pissed off. Yeah, he just said, I got to go take a crap. And now you're pounding on the door with the camera, asking what you're doing in there. Like, okay, here, let's, oh, yep, we got, I don't know why there's so little though. Hold on a second. All right. The closed caption is really small on this. I don't know why. I don't know if the cat stepped on the keyboard or what happened, but the closed caption is really tiny on here. I'll put it up. Anybody know how to make it bigger? Hold on a second. Let me see. Is there a setting? Hold on a second. Normal. I don't know. Subtitles. English. Dutch. I don't know. I think that's all right. So I don't know why, but sometimes the subtitles are really low. All right. Yeah, look at the subtitles. He's gonna cry.
I never knew I could love another person's child as much as I do. I'll be honest with you, I never understood adoption.
Yeah. He never understood adoption, but somehow he's got the adoption papers to adopt Timmy. Then now he's going to tell everybody that he doesn't know why they give him adoption papers. The people that believe this crap, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell him. Yeah. Yeah, that was creepy because when he tries to overact, you know what I mean? It's creepy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I now I understand adoption. I didn't know. I didn't know I could love somebody else's kid this much. Dude, you knew him 3 weeks. You're a YouTuber doing videos. Good grief. I wouldn't even tolerate that if somebody said that about my dog. Get him off my property. I mean, you don't know. You known him 3 weeks. I don't know why they gave me adoption papers. Let's see what else we got. Oh, crap. She's a handful. Just knocked my phone flat on the floor, and I'm pretty sure it probably just cracked it. Let's see. Let's see what else we got. All right. Oh, yeah. And I did a hole. 1 second. Oh my gosh. Look at all these. Yeah, I'm just going to show you some of the titles on these, okay? This is my catalog. There. These are all Timmy. All right. We can go down. All right. I'm looking for a excuse me. I'm looking for I'm looking for the one where he says, I want Timmy. A second. Yeah, maybe I should just I'll type in I want Timmy. Yeah, because this one is really psycho. I want Timmy. Let me see if I put it under that. Yeah. Uh yeah, this is just some sick stuff. Hold on a second. Okay, now remember, he said again, he's saying that good night, Sarah. I just saw somebody's comment say good night to Sarah. I want to co-parent with Patrick and Timmy. Now remember, he said he never wanted to do that. Right? He said he never wanted to be a parent. He never wanted to adopt Timmy. Only Patrick did. All right, hold on a second. Here he's saying that he wants to co-parent with Patrick. And I think now he's shocked because he got paperwork. Oh my gosh. It's like the people that believe him, it's like watching an adult, take fifth graders lunch money. You know what I mean? It's just sad. Hold on a second.
I would, as long as I could do co with Patrick. But they're also needing someone. There's no guardian.
Mm-hmm. He wants to co-parent with Patrick. Remember, he said that never happened. That never happened. No, I don't know what Patrick is doing. We never wanted two Timmys and a dad, or two dads and a Timmy, whatever it was. Yeah, that never happened. Yeah. I know I got a clip. Let me see if I can pull up the one where he's lost his mind. All right. And when we started, I showed you the clip where he's accusing Patrick of wanting to only adopt Timmy because Timmy is the easiest. And he said that Patrick did that. No, Eric, it was you that said that, not Patrick. So I'm going to show you. Now, to be fair, and I mean, I guess, Patrick was never interested in really any Whittakers, mostly except for Timmy. I mean, that was his material when everybody started. That was the material when he showed up. That was the material that Eric showed up with. It was basically the Timmy show, right? And so, yeah. So he says that Patrick only wants Timmy because he's the easy one. No, I think Patrick just always wanted Timmy because he was the one that made for the fun content. I mean, and let's get real, it made for good views. Right? So we'll listen to him. Hopefully you can hear this.
Very
Yeah. And he just thanked everybody for all that money for the Airbnb so he could stay longer so he could help extract. All right, so that's what he just accused Patrick of doing on one of his last live streams. Same thing. He said Patrick only wanted Timmy because he was easy. I think he projects everything onto other people. It's almost like he's looking in a mirror when he's saying this stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, so again, all these contradict everything he's been saying. Every one of these videos. Yeah. Anyway, let me see it in the chat real quick. I'll hop over. All right. No sound. Can you hear what he's saying? I'm going to start doing my live streams off of the computer soon, so it'll be a better sound. Hey, Aquatech, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Yeah. So anyway, one good thing the APS did is not hand Eric over or Timmy over to Eric, because look at the frame of mind he was in. He was acting crazy. And that one that he was in the hotel, that was after he said he got chased out of the Airbnb and then they had to go to a hotel. So that was after the extraction, remember? But he's a drinker in some of these videos, so it could be that also. High blood pressure, yeah. Yeah. Patrick was helping the Whittakers as a whole, sitting chilling on the. Yeah, I don't think this would have happened if it was just Patrick. Although Patrick did assist Eric in his shenanigans. I don't think Eric could have done it without Patrick. But I think if Eric had never come in the picture, I think there wouldn't have been a problem. I think the Whittakers would still be there, whether you like it or not. They wouldn't have been separated. Now, I'm hoping. We can't hear Eric's video. Oh, you can't? All right. You know what I should do? Yeah, they both played with it. Yeah, they both did. Because I got plenty of videos where Patrick is helping. And as a matter of fact, we can think back to the ring cam. Remember, Patrick went along with a lie that BJ was evicted from the property and that the sheriff was out looking for her to arrest her. And then that she drove by Patrick's house blowing the horn to try to scare Timmy. That was all a lie. And that was Patrick involved with that too. So he's not innocent. He was playing with his neighbors' lives. And to hold Larry accountable for half a freaking gallon of gas, even if it was a whole gallon, so what? It's $5. I mean, $5 or under of gas. And the amount of money that they owed the Whittakers for them to hold that gallon of gas over his head like he was some type of a criminal that got caught crawling through his window trying to steal a gun collection or something. You know, they equated it to he was some type of a thief that really, you know, I mean, he acted like he slept with the dude's wife. I mean, all Larry did was go and get a gallon of gas. You know, yeah, yeah. They're holding out. They were owed $6,000, and at that first check, and so, you know, then he tanks a gallon of gas while Patrick's in the hospital, and he even said, had he asked me, I would have gave it to him. Well, he said, and Larry said, but you were in the hospital. I couldn't ask you. So to hold that over his head like that was jacked up, man. Yeah. Why Eric is free and Patrick wears braces, I will never understand. I thought they were watching the videos too. Can't they see what we see? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. How is Eric? Eric seems a lot more culpable than Patrick to me. I think Patrick was the patsy and not Eric. I think Eric hoodwinked Patrick and framed him. Yeah. You know, Eric, I believe that Eric probably saw Patrick and the Whittakers as easy to fool and easy to manipulate. You know what I mean? Yeah, $5,000 yet Patrick was, yeah. And remember, I just showed a clip last week or whatever, that Eric gave the Whittakers money to Patrick. Eric gave their $5,000 to Patrick so he could put walls in his house. He had no business and no right handing the Whittakers' paycheck over to Patrick. And then Larry gets a gallon of gas out of the yard and they want to, they blackmail him with it. That's another thing. How can you blackmail somebody on a channel with 100,000 people watching and nobody gets arrested for it? How is that? And not just blackmailed somebody, but blackmailed them to go testify in court. If you don't testify in court the way I want to, I'm going to show that video to the police. That's blackmail. It's like the definition. It's like the perfect example, because blackmail is you're threatening somebody to show something embarrassing or something illegal that you've done, something humiliating or something incriminating. You're threatening to show it if they don't do blank, and that's exactly. And it wasn't like, okay, you gotta work on my yard for 3 hours, or I'm gonna call. It wasn't even. It was like the worst blackmail you could get. It's like, if you don't testify in court the way that we want against your family, we're going to turn you in for this gas. That's blackmail. And it's all on video, yes. And if the police are watching these videos, how come nobody has been arrested for that? It's blackmail. And then they had the balls to point the finger at BJ and say, BJ the blackmailer. BJ's blackmailing Larry. No, you guys blackmailed Larry. BJ's blackmailing Larry. Like, what world am I in? No, you're blackmailing. Yeah. Yeah, about the gas, like $5 worth. And it's your neighbor, for crying out loud. And yeah, I think morally, I think, in my opinion, I think Eric is much more culpable legally. I think legally, Eric is probably in a lot more trouble, in my opinion. But I think morally, Patrick is the greater moral sin, because Patrick did this to his own neighbor, to his own people. And um, maybe some parts of the country aren't like that, but in their part of the country and in my part of the sticks up here, we take, I'm in a small town. And I can't imagine somebody coming in from the outside from Georgia and screwing over my neighbor like that. I'd be damned. They know some YouTuber from Georgia is going to come and screw over my neighbor. No. And blackmailing over a gallon of gas. No, that's my neighbor. I'm not going to blackmail my neighbor if he came and got a gallon of gas while I was in the hospital. I'd say, fine, just give me the gas when you get, when I pay you. How about that? Yeah, yeah. How come nobody has been arrested for that blackmail? And 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 that is what's it called? It's witness tampering. On top of the blackmail, you got witness tampering. It's witness tampering. You can't tell somebody, you better go in there and say this about your family, or I'm going to show that video and get you arrested. And then after Larry went to the court, guess what? Patrick posted the video anyway. A big middle finger. F you, Larry. I posted it. And that's why on that Labor Day video, when Eric rolled out that TV and gave it to Ray, oh, look, here's your used TV in an open box. That's why Larry was all mad. Eric said that he wanted to know why Larry was mad. And he went in the back bedroom and asked him, why are you mad? And Larry said, because he posted that video of me stealing the gas. That was Labor Day. That was the day that they were going to take the family and, screw the family over. Yeah. Why Patrick even told Eric about the gas was, he shouldn't have said nothing to Eric. But they were still working in conjunction with each other to try to get Timmy. Yeah. 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 It is a crime. And yeah, to witness tamper and then say, I mean, it's not just blackmail, but it's witness tampering. You know what I mean? Some is truly, right? I don't think they're done with the investigation yet, or we would have heard officially, he paid them, idiot. West Virginia has the money as of Friday. Oh, as of Friday. All right, Mr. Cash Tornado. All right, Eric. Hey, Eric, is that your new channel there, Mr. Cash Tornado? He paid them, you idiot. You paid them, idiot. West Virginia has the money as of Friday. Wow. How do you know that, Eric? Eric came in as a mastermind. Yeah. Yeah. He was mastering something. So as of Friday, huh? Wow. Yeah, I'm hoping they're not yet. Hoping not yet either. Yeah, they didn't say they were done with the investigation. Personally, I hope it was picked up by the feds because the interstate part of it is bigger situation on Eric's end. Well, if Eric was in the clear, I think he would be more relaxed. I think he wouldn't be uptight and trying to come up with it just seems like he's trying to control the narrative on what happened and rewrite history. And like I showed you, I got all these clips. What he says now, I got clips that say otherwise. I have out of his own mouth. He definitely was more of the snake brain behind it. Yeah. Yeah. BJ still has the same boyfriend as shown in the video holding them. Yeah. So BJ's had that boyfriend for 20 years now. And so when Eric was telling the adult protection that BJ's ex-boyfriends are beating up on Ray and Timmy, He actually said that he held down Ray and ground and pounded him. Ground and pound. That's what him and Douche were saying. That BJ's boyfriends are ground and pounding Ray on the ground, holding him down and punching him. Now, wait a minute. BJ hasn't had an ex-boyfriend in 20 years. Who says they paid them? Where's the evidence about that, Eric? Yeah. Yeah. Your own neighbor, community, and family you say you love so much. Yeah. Yeah. I just couldn't imagine doing it to my neighbors. You know what I mean? And because listen, I got to live next to them and I got to live in this community. And even if I didn't like my neighbors, I'm still not going to do that to my neighbors. You know, but Patrick said he liked the Whittakers. It's not even like he didn't like them. He said he liked them. I don't know. Yeah. Eric Tanmuir broke his neck to get out there to get things started. He had a plan together with Patrick, but unknown to Patrick, he had a second plan. It was own work. Absolutely. From the first time, in fact, I got clips. And from the first time that Eric went to there in the last few days of June of last year, Eric shows up in odd with $100 in his pocket. And he says now, he was very suspicious of Patrick. Yet you didn't pull any records. You got these people saying that he's stealing the grandpa's tools, and you still didn't do a background check. I mean, none of it made sense. He probably deals with them stealing often, though. He had set example because BJ stealing, but they're not stealing from Patrick. I can imagine you have to put a stop to it somewhere. Well, for listen, but they owed the Whittakers $5,000. So if anybody's stealing from anybody, it's Patrick, and Eric is stealing from the Whittakers. You know? Yeah, great name for Eric, yeah. That's one of probably his sock accounts. Yeah, it's funny. So as of last Friday, they got paid. Well, isn't that something? So you tell me the Whittakers got paid last Friday? Or did he give it to Robert Dunlap? Hey, who is the guy? Cash something? Cash tomato or whatever, potato? So $2 worth of gas. Yeah, $2 worth of gas. I'm gonna blackmail my neighbor who I owe over $5,000 to. My neighbor's waiting for my their $5,000 cut out of what we were making. Now instead of paying my neighbor, I'm gonna keep it for myself. And then when he comes and gets a gallon, $2 worth of gas, I'm gonna blackmail him. Now listen. Okay, so just take the $2 off of what you owe them. Okay, so you still owe them $4,998. Okay, take the $2 off of what they owe you, what you owe them, right? Hey, say it out loud. Good to see you tonight. Welcome. Yeah, it's just low, man. Even if he didn't owe any money, it would be low. But he owes them $5,000. Oh man. Yeah. So yeah, so I have a couple videos that I want to do. I probably have some more time now that all my plants are in the ground and I can relax a little bit. I'm gonna catch up on some videos that I wanted to do. And hopefully the sound will be better. A second. Yeah. If I know I missed a lot of comments earlier. If you yeah, they didn't even know, Eric. Yeah. They knew the nice guy was buying them lunch, yeah, and paying for their gas. That was weird. That was weird. I could do some compilation videos too. I got a lot of clips. Like I said, just Timmy alone. Eric talking about Timmy as the subject is 211 clips. I have just of that. I have clips on each person. Oh no, correct. Come on, man. This kitten is a handful. I named her Shell because she's a tortoise shell. So her name is Shelly, and she likes her belly scratched, so she's Shelly Belly. All right, let me get back over here. Yeah, she owns this place now. After 1 week. Yeah, she thinks she owns the place. But yeah, I don't know why they have not been charged. Now, will Eric get charged? I don't know. I'm pretty sure, and especially if it's feds, because it's going to be, if Eric got charged and Tomato Money or whatever your name was, Cash Tomato or whatever your name was, don't sue me, but I don't think you're off the hook. I don't think. Listen, the statute of limitations isn't up probably for a couple years, especially financial crimes. They go longer. So, yeah, I don't know, but it would be definitely be federal. It would be over state lines. It'd be much more complicated than Patrick's. And like I said last time, I think they're gonna do what they're gonna do with Patrick, and you know, when he's wrapped up, I think then that would probably be the time to look at Eric. Hey, Eric. When you tell the truth, you don't have to try and remember the lies, right? Because everything he's saying now is opposite of what he did. Like saying it was Patrick's idea to get only Timmy because he's the easy one. No, Eric, that's your exact words, and I've made videos about it. You said you want only Timmy because he's the easy one. I just played it. They was Ray T. Yeah, shirts made. Yeah, straight. There was Ray T-shirts made. There was Ray T-shirts made. I don't think any T-shirts were made. I think those were just ideas that they were clipping around. Now they were gonna make some memes of everybody. I think Ray, they were gonna have him pointing. Ray was gonna be pointing and saying something. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. And Timmy was gonna be sheet and huh, and which is exactly what Patrick got charged with. Patrick got charged with exploiting the Whittakers, their shortcomings, making content out of their shortcomings, and that's exactly what those T-shirts would have been. They would have been mocking their shortcomings. And I don't know, I suppose Lorraine would have a couch full of potato chips. I don't know. I love the clips showing his glaring contradictions, always saying one thing completely opposite, like a fork-tongued snake. You know what? I should do some of those. I should do some of those contradictions. I tried to do it here, but this video, it's not really that good of sound. But I could make videos where you could hear it and see it better. I don't know why the closed caption got small. I think the cat stepped on the keyboard and did that. I don't know. They're always doing stuff like that. Go outside and they come back and everything shrunk down. Yeah. Eric should be shaking his boots because Patrick's going to sing like an... Oh, I'm sure he already is. And Patrick's got an attorney. So it's not like Patrick has to come up with any smart ideas. The attorney is. The attorney's got all this smart ideas to you know, throw Eric under the bus. because that's what they do. Oh, shit. Dang it. You're a handful. Yeah, I'm hoping that, yeah. So I haven't given up. I haven't given up on Eric getting charged because I still think he's gonna. There's just no way that he's gonna get away with this. I mean, right? Um, no, he's not off the hook. I don't think he is either. And the next indictments are going to be in September for Raleigh County, West Virginia. So the next indictments, like federal felony indictments, are in September. So he didn't make the list this time because I saw the list and he's not on it. So maybe he'll make the list for September. And by that time, Patrick, what's this, June, July, August? Yeah, I think in 3 more months, Patrick might be done with his court. I don't know. Usually something like that, his charges usually take about a year to stop. Usually take about a year to go through the court system and stuff. So, and we won't know anything, you guys, because I've been looking to FOIA the records and they're not there. Nothing is there. So we're not going to get any of those records until the case is over. I don't even know if anybody's going to know if and when there's a court date, because Patrick's not allowed to say anything, so he's not going to tell us. Yeah, I'm hoping they take a lot of facts uncovered in Patrick's court case and expose a lot of things about Eric. Yeah. Especially since Eric's been trying to pin it all on Patrick. Shaving Timmy's chest and prancing him out in his Barney PJs is exploitation at its best. Yeah. If people don't think Timmy's just got shaved, look at some of the old video. I even showed you. He had a full chest full of hair. And for Eric to say that he taught, or even ask anybody to say they taught Timmy how to shave, are you kidding? Go back to 2020 or whatever it was. Mark's old videos. Timmy is perfectly shaven. Sometimes he isn't, sometimes he isn't. Sometimes his hair's cut and sometimes it isn't. He's gotten by just fine without anybody showing him how to shave. Probably got taught that when he was, I don't know, plenty of men around there to show him when he was young. He's pushing 50 for crying out loud. He doesn't need Barney pajamas at 50 years old. And he doesn't need somebody 5 years younger than him trying to adopt him. Anyone working at APS had to know that Eric was not fit to adopt him, right? Well, that's why I said they're supposed to be trained. And they're supposed to be trained to see somebody that is trying to hurt the family with adult protection, because they do it with child protection. Some of these drama channels on YouTube, they fight with each other and all this, and then they called child protection on each other. And, so child protection comes. And so child protection knows that there are people who are vicious and they will try to use adult protection as a weapon to get what they want. And how could they not see that Eric was using adult protection as a weapon to try to abscond with Timmy? Anyway, at least, like I said, I think they made, personally, I think they did, I don't even know. I think they did horrible, but I think it's good that at least they didn't let Eric leave the state with them. Yeah. But how are they not trained to see people like Eric coming a mile away? But I think he might have used his mama's knowledge. Remember, he said, no, Eric said that his mom worked for ResCare, but somehow he doesn't know anything. He never heard of adult protection before. He never heard of APS before in his life before this. Yet his mom worked at ResCare and he doesn't know about adult protection. And what about all them mentally challenged adults that grew up in their house? I mean, When Eric was growing up, he said all these mentally challenged people were in his house. Well, wait a minute. And then how do you not know about adult protection? Wasn't your mom like probably working with him? What hurt Patrick was his infractions in Florida. That definitely compounded his guilt. Yeah. And you know what was that? It was basically, exploiting women, exploiting the Johns and the cat has a hold of my ponytail right now, and she is riding it like Tarzan. Ouch. She is a handful. Yeah. Why would Timmy be manscaping anyhow? They shaved him. Yeah. Yeah, he don't know nothing about that. I mean, who does that? Well, doesn't Fed first? Yeah, it does take longer. Yeah, if it's the Feds. And not only that, but I think they're going to let the first one go first, Patrick, and then they'll probably get everything they need and then probably go after that. That's my guess. I don't know. Yeah, they definitely shaved him, but why? Yeah, why? Because maybe it makes him look more like a baby. I don't know. You know what I would like to know? Who was that guy that we never found out who he was? Who was Robert Mass' friend that was there the whole time, huh? How come we don't meet these people? How come Timmy is in an Airbnb with Eric, Robert Mast, Mark Douche, and some other guy? Oh, who's the other guy? Oh, it's Robert Mass' friend. Really? Why is he there? No reason. But they had to go to. I think they said they had to go like Charlotte, North Carolina, to pick him up at the airport. I don't even know. They had to like go out of state to pick up Robert Mass' friend. Yeah, same thing I thought. Not my monkey. Hairy chest with the Barney is not a good look. Right? You can't have a full face beard and a big hairy chest and look like a baby with Barney pajamas. Yeah. So yeah, it made him look like a baby. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, Eric acted like he didn't know. Yeah, I remember. I never heard of it before. What are you kidding me? Yeah, yeah. Why did they shave him? I hope it's just because they want to make him look like a baby. Hairy chest. Yeah, that was weird. Um, yeah, and the weird thing also is that Eric had just mentioned on one of his last live streams that the reason why adult protection was called over to Patrick's house, and personally, I think Eric called the first time. I think he's the one that sent adult protection to Patrick. Because remember, when Patrick told him to get the F off my property and they left and they closed the case, why was Eric so furious? It's almost like he was invested in it. I mean, why was Eric so angry that he sent adult protection away? I'd be like, good. And they closed the case? Good. Well, let's just keep doing videos then, right? No, he was furious and he wanted them back. And what Eric said was the reason that people were calling is because Patrick was painting his toenails. Painting his toenails and doing weird stuff. Oh, okay. What's worse? Painting toenails, shaving the chest, Barney pajamas. Yeah. Yeah, he knows yeah. And he's an expert on CPS, who he said he hates. And his friend Douche hates the adult protection. And his friend Douche claims that adult protection killed his friend's husband. Yeah. And he told adult protection in Beckley that he said, you guys killed my friend's husband. Like, imagine the looks on their face. Then Eric wonders why he didn't get to have Timmy. Yeah. What did I say? I love when Douche comes along. He always knows just the right thing to say. Bring Douche every time. I love when he comes along. Then he looked in the camera and he threatened everybody, saying that they didn't do their job, that these guys had to come in and do their job for him. It's crazy. Cray. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know by the manscaping. hmm Yeah, so Eric hates CPS. He says how evil they are. Mark hates APS, but somehow his best friend hates adult protection because Eric's best friend hates adult protection, deals with him all the time, and the adult protection killed his best friend's friend. But yet Eric's never heard of adult protection. When your own best friend claims that they killed his buddy. I like how Dwayne dropped him like a hot potato. Yeah, 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 yeah. And I think he turned on him too. You know what's weird? I just saw a video with Dwayne, and I think he's moving into an Airstream trailer camper. I'm pretty sure that was him. There's a video. Eric made a comment, and they couldn't really tell if it was snide comment or not. But Eric made a comment. I'm pretty sure it's on Dwayne Hall's one of his posts. And Dwayne Hall is standing outside of an Airstream camper, and it says, "I'm gonna go live in this pretty soon," or something. Anyway, but yeah, I don't think he's good friends anymore. My opinion, Eric premeditated what he's gonna do to the widow. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I think he thought it would be like taking candy from a baby. That hot potato reminds me of a joke I just saw. Back in the 70s, they had all them rock stars with like they used to put stuff in their pants, like a sock in their pants or whatever. And somebody in the comment section said, "Yeah, I was told to stick a potato in my pants if I want to get the girls. It took me a while to figure out I was supposed to put it in front." No, Dwayne is no longer friends with Eric. No, I could actually show spots in that video that he did. I think the police got a hold of him in September because oddly enough, I don't have it with me, but oddly enough, just days after they announced the investigation on Eric and Patrick, Dwayne was the one who first got a hold of Eric. And Dwayne sent a clip of the article that said Patrick and Eric are both suspects in this Whittaker thing. Dwayne sent that to Eric, and coincidentally enough, within days, Dwayne puts out a video kind of mocking Eric. And I thought, that's weird. Because I thought they were, friends. But I think the police got a hold of Dwayne, and Dwayne said, I'm going down for this. Because you can't tell me Dwayne didn't know something was going on. Because I showed that video where Eric was showing the map of the Whittaker property that was never going to have a home on it. And he put up the middle finger, and Dwayne laughed. I think Dwayne knew some stuff. And I think Dwayne spilled the beans, and that was that. I think that was that. What do we have here, huh? The cat's hanging the cat's in the cage, trying to climb out. That's okay, kitty. Ain't going nowhere. Yeah. He and actually Dwayne, he looks different. Now Dwayne's got a full face beard. I don't remember him having a full face beard, but Dwayne looks a little different now. He's got his face looks fatter, like fuller. Might be the beard, but yeah. He distanced himself immediately from Eric. But I personally, I think he spilled the beans to the cops. I think what's his name? I think Corporal Gilkison uh, gave Dwayne a little ringy ding ding, and I think Dwayne probably saved his ass. Him and his dolls got kicked out. Wife had enough of the BS. Yeah, yeah. I have to look into that because I don't know if he's got kicked out. He's living in a camp or what. But yeah, I gotta go look. I gotta look more about that. Makes you wonder what they intended to do, right? Yeah, who was that other guy? That was creepy. Okay, so some guy, Robert Mast. We don't even know Robert Mast, let alone Robert Mast's friend, who we never did get his name. And that's who Timmy is alone with. He's alone with a bunch of men he doesn't even know. He barely knows Eric. And now Eric's got his douchebag, or I'm sorry, it's his friend, douche. Um, and then he's got Robert, and then he's got Robert's friend. So there's 4 men in that Airbnb, 3 that we don't even know. Dwayne was like, "Oh hell no, I'm not getting roped in, right?" Yeah, he has gone incognito. But actually, Dwayne did a dad talk, not dad talk. Dwayne did his channel is a pissed off parent. So Dwayne did a pissed off parent live stream showing some court hearing for something, and I think he got like 100 views. So nobody's really rushing over to Dwayne's channel, but he did do one, and he still has all his toys. Don't worry, he got to keep his toys. It is all very odd. It's all very odd. Everything about this thing is odd. But yeah. So yeah, he's like, yeah, I know him, but I don't. He's a friend, but he's not that good a friend. I'm not going down for him. Yeah, what did they intend to do to me? Yeah, I remember that video. You did a video on it. Yeah. And which one? About his buddies? Yeah. Yeah. So that was weird. But you know, karma is inevitable. Um, if by some chance Eric, I think everybody involved, like Eric, Patrick's getting his he's getting punished already. But I think Eric, Mark Douche, and Robert Mast, and Dwayne, and all the people that helped Eric, I think they have their karma coming. And I think, if you help break up a family, then, karma might think, that maybe I don't know, maybe your karma will be your family gets broke up. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times what you do to somebody else comes back and same is done to you. Yeah. An eye for an eye. That's right. That's biblical. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. That's how it goes. That's the Bible quote: eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, and knee for knee. Yeah. 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 The Dwayne one. Yeah. That was funny. Yeah. And he was, yeah, I should do a video about that again. I'll show you all the digs that Dwayne did on Eric. And I thought it was accidental, but no, I think it's intentional. I think he had already I think he turned on Eric as soon as he saw that article. Yeah, the pissed off parent one. Yeah. 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 He was, start out right away, dissing Eric. Yeah, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. Pissed off parent. Yeah. So I don't know. We will see. It's so funny because he's trying to do Eric's trying to do other stuff. Um, now we heard that. Well, Susan told us that Patrick is not allowed to speak about the Whittakers, and neither is Eric. So Eric can. Eric's trying to speak about the Whittakers without saying the name of the three. He can still say Betty's name. He can still say Larry's name, but he can't say Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine's name. I don't know. But if you're told not to talk about them, I don't see how he's still talking about them. He's just eliminating their names. uh, yeah. So, are you going to be able to see blank, blank, and blank again? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I thought that was funny. But yeah, maybe I'll just pop some of these off on a video. And cat stepped on my keyboard and I don't even know what this light on here is for. Anyway, Patrick's been replaying Timmy videos. Oh yeah. Yeah. That is funny because I don't get why Patrick can post Timmy videos, but Eric can't. And I'm wondering because there's some channels that I really wonder if Eric is running because they're like the AI voice, you know what I mean? So it could be anybody. But there are there's a few channels that put up videos that are very biased for on behalf of Eric. Almost like Eric's doing the talking. Yeah, so I don't know how he's playing the videos if he's not allowed to. Well, I guess he just can't talk about them, but you can play videos on them. I don't know. Or how can he show his face, but he can't mention his name? Yeah. 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 And you know what? You know what's really sad? Do you guys hear when Eric said, ever since the day that they've been taken, the day that they got extracted, from the time that Timmy got taken out of the home, uh Eric said that his eyes are empty and he's like his soul is gone or something like that. And he's saying you can just look. You can just look and see before he got taken away and after. And you know, Timmy's eyes are all dead inside now. Whatever he said, something like that. Oh, Timmy's just, you know, he's empty now or something. Whatever. But you know, we haven't seen Timmy after officially after the extraction. Although we saw him in the we saw him in the store shopping, remember? He was with his social worker or whatever, his handler. And then we saw another picture of him. I can't remember, but there's two pictures of him. And actually he looked pretty happy. And I saw a comment. And I told you guys, two people commented that live in the area. One said, I live in the area and I seen Timmy and Lorraine out shopping and they looked happy. Or they didn't, whatever, they didn't look sad. And then somebody else said, they saw Timmy and Lorraine at the doctor's office. And they looked normal. And then somebody else said that they were with a social worker. And then somebody else said, yeah, I live in the area and I saw them shopping. I saw Timmy shopping with his caretaker or whatever. So, and if those pictures were him, I don't know, Timmy looks all right, I guess. Who knows? You know what I mean? Because them Whittakers all had smiles on their face, you know, up until those guys showed up. No effing wonder he's dead inside. He's Mrs. Yeah, Betty, Ray, and yeah, of course he is. He's he's never been apart from Betty from the day he was born. Timmy and Betty have never been apart. Betty raised him. She changed his diapers. She took care of him, fed him, raised Timmy. And same with Ray. She took care of Ray since she was 12 years old. Yep, and BJ. BJ was like, it's his cousin, but it's like his sister. I mean, yeah. So yeah, and Larry too. I mean, I have a video. It was just in my content here under Timmy in my Timmy file. I have a video clip of Mark on the Whittaker's porch, and Mark says, "Hey Timmy, what are you doing? What are you doing there?" And he says, "Oh, you're coloring, okay?" And he's coloring, and he's sitting there with Timmy's at the table coloring. Next to him is Kenny, and on the other side of him is Larry. And Kenny and Larry are saying, "Oh, let me see." And Timmy's showing, the two men, Larry and Kenny, his coloring. And they're saying, "Wow, good job, Timmy, good job." And Timmy's all happy, you know what I mean? And, it just shows you, like, when Eric said he just wanted to be loved, that clip that I got shows a lot of love. And just think about the other time when I did that video at the Christmas video. Remember, Timmy was drawing pictures of himself, and everybody in the room was saying, "Good job, Timmy, good job." And that wasn't just for the camera, you know what I mean? So I got so many video clips of the whole family being loving to each other. BJ, everybody, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, I'm sure he misses every single one of them. You know, who wouldn't? And so, yeah, I sure hope that was Betty in the nursing home, visiting. Yeah, they all loved each other. And so for Eric to say, "Oh, he just wanted to be loved." Are you kidding? There's more love in that house than I see in most houses. You know what I mean? And what about the time when the house burned down across the street? Larry and BJ's trailer burned down, and her boyfriend, and they're all packed over in across the street. They're all in Betty's house, all stacked on top of each other like a cord of wood. You know what I mean? All packed in there during winter. And Mark said, "Wow, you guys really love each other. You go through all this and you're still packed in this house and you still are happy as can be." He said, "There's so much love in this house." And it made me want to cry. Because yeah, that was after they were taken, and that, wow. Yeah, well, too bad Eric couldn't see all that love or even care about it. He might have seen the love, but he don't care. Yeah. All these dysfunctional families, and then they split up the most loving family out. Yeah. Likely more than in that one than in his own. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I could do a whole compilation of just the loving moments, you know what I mean? And smiles. Who didn't smile? Yeah, he just didn't. He knows about the love. Maybe it pissed him off. Who knows? And he even said, "Oh, they were so happy on their porch. They always spend time together, and I can't even get my family to have at the dinner table to have a meal. And if they do, they're on their cell phones." Yeah, but you thought that family. What did I show the clip? He said, "Timmy doesn't need to be there. I'm going to make some phone calls. Timmy doesn't need to be there. Timmy doesn't need to be there." No. Is that what, Yeah, he didn't give a damn. Anyway, karma will get him. If the law don't get him, the karma will. Or maybe both. It's very sad. Do a compilation of all Eric's contradictions. That would be a good release. That probably needs to be seen by many. Yeah, thank you, Aquatech. I probably should. Because I do. I showed you. I got him saying one thing. I got him saying something else. He has children that he doesn't even want in his life. That's true. That is true. Yep. So if you aren't even interested in connecting with your own small child that's out there, then why would you want to connect with this man who's pushing 50 and saying, crying, I never knew how I could love somebody else's child so much. Well, I never knew you. Anyway, I won't even say it. Yeah, yeah, it is a good idea. I should. Like I said, I literally have hundreds of clips. And yeah, I will. I will work on that. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Extremely heartbreaking. Yeah, right. Yeah, yep, you're right, Kathy. Yeah, she's right. Not my monkeys is right. His kids can't gather the social media views and income for his snake ass. He's in it for anything and everything to grift on, not to work. Yeah, that is funny. You know what he said? Um, I will learning from loving your own first. Yeah, right. How can you go fix somebody else's family if your family needs to be fixed? You know what I mean? And that's what it says in the Bible. It says a priest, if you're a priest, you need to be the husband of one wife. You have to only have one wife. They could marry as many as they could back then. But in order to be a priest, you had to have one wife and you had to have children and you had to have those children in check, right? You can't have your house full of chaos and then trying to go minister to somebody else's family. Tell them how to fix their family. No, that was the qualifications, the standard in the Bible is you got to, be married, and your wife and kids and your family has to be in order before you go trying to fix other people's families, and that's a fact. Yeah, I mean that should be the standard, right? It's like a marriage counselor that's been divorced 5 times, and they're out trying to be a marriage counselor. You know what I mean? Yes, he's trying to make up for where he's failed. He failed again. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what he failed at. He failed at trying to get a restraining order, trying to follow through with a restraining order visit. Okay, he one thing he failed at is, if he's trying to be an expert at restraining orders, dude, you got a temporary one and didn't even show up for the follow up. Yeah, unfortunate. That's likely. Yeah, too many professionals these days. Yeah, well, they say a shoemaker has no shoes. Yeah, so busy with everybody else's that you know. Yeah, very sad. Yeah, you should be qualified. You should show by example. Your house has to be in order before you go try to go fix somebody else's. And I didn't think the Whittakers needed to be fixed. Now, yeah, they could have definitely used um a new home, right? A mobile home across the street. And yeah, they could have probably used some social workers to come in twice a week or 3 times a week and help tidy up the place and make sure it keeps clean the bathroom. And, they have services like that. He could have easily, with all the money that was being thrown at him, more than enough to get a double wide across the street. And there's services there. You can have them come out and they all got medical assistance. It's all paid for. You don't need a trust fund. These aren't the Rockefellers. Who needs a trust fund? I don't. Do you? Anyway, Timmy doesn't need a trust fund. None of them do. Yeah. They just needed help, was all. Just honest help. Exactly. And it would have been so easy. And another thing Eric failed at is, and he brags about fixing Ray's need. No, you didn't. You brought him to urgent care where they gave you some over the counter cream to put on his knee, and they told you to make an appointment with a real doctor, a specialist, a real knee doctor, I should say. Those are real doctors at the urgent care, but urgent care is to patch you up and send you on your way to a doctor that can, a specialist, right? And so he couldn't even get Ray to the specialist. Yet he wants to act like he's, Saint Eric, healer of all knees. No. In fact, like I said, by the end of the day, by the end of that same day when he went to the doctor, by the end of the day, they were at Aldi's. They went shopping at Aldi's, Patrick. And Eric was on his way home, or he was leaving that day. I think it was on a Monday. And Eric was leaving. This was the end of June. And he was in the chat. Eric was in the chat. And of course, the video is deleted. But Patrick was with the Whittakers at Aldi's. By the time they left Aldi's that same day of the doctors, they were carrying Ray to the vehicle like an injured football player. You know what I mean? Two guys were helping Ray to get from the store over to the truck. And Ray, so he didn't benefit at all. And Eric was in the chat saying, yeah, the doctor was talking about Ray having medical cannabis or something. Remember that? Yeah, urgent care, all the urgent care is to get you by until the doctor opens up. I worked at one for like 20 years on and off. Worked at different urgent cares, depending on where I lived. So I was in family practice Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And the rest of the time, nights and weekends, I worked in urgent cares. I know what they do. What we do is you're coming to us because the doctor's office is closed and you don't really want to go to the emergency room. So you go to the urgent care. But what do? Well, we x-ray you and bandage you up or whatever and tell you, yeah, follow up with your doctor because you need to go to the doctor. That's what we did. It was just a Band-Aid to get you through until the doctor opens or whatever. After all, that's what he funded for. No, we got to get the Amish involved and build them a mansion cabin. Yeah, yeah, not just a double wide. Remember, it started out with a what was it going to be? It was going to be a barnuminium. It was going to be a barnuminium. Whatever the hell that is, it's a barn. That costs like $1 million. It's for rich people. And then, got something better. We're going to do a log cabin from the Amish. Oh, wait a minute. If you're going to get Robert Mass involved, doesn't his son build log cabins? Yeah, he does. Then why didn't you just use Robert Mass' son? Because did you catch what Eric said? Eric said his story is really jacked up on this Amish stuff because it was all bullshit. And so he says that, we figured we'd get Robert Mass, and Robert Mass says, I know, let's first start looking for the Amish bishops down in Virginia, in Pearisburg. Yeah. And then if that don't work, we're going to go up to Montana or Idaho. Did you hear him that? Did you hear him say that? He said after that, if we didn't meet somebody, then we would go back up to Idaho and find somebody there. Well, wait a minute. His son lives in Idaho and he builds Amish houses. None of it. Yeah. Yeah, his own house is broken. Fix your own house. Yeah, it is stinking odd. Yeah, Eric wanted the medical cabinet. I'm sure it's good. Actually, I know it for a fact. I know somebody that smoked some medical marijuana. Actually, they were medical gummies. And the dude passed out until the next day because the gummies were like 10 times the strength of the kind that you buy in a store. But yeah, the medical cannabis is really strong. Yeah, easy way to get himself a little fixed. Let Ray, get the prescription. Yeah, would have one with his double cup. Yeah, at one time he had 3 cups and a bottle of water. That was the last video. Yeah, what he wanted to do would have been crazy. Crazy property taxes. I always felt like he was wanting or talking about something he wanted, and they set it up after they died off. And I thought so too, because like 2 or 3 times he said that he went to the bishop's house, and the bishop had a log cabin. It was so nice. He said, I wish I had a log cabin. Right. And then he's getting basically papers. You see, he didn't do his homework because that land, that property is owned by like 15 different Whittakers or 17 or something. So there's, yeah, nobody can ever go own anything over there. You can build on it and live there, but it ain't gonna be no $1 million home. Yeah, and who's gonna pay the taxes? Right now, the taxes on that empty lot there with 17 acres, probably 200, 300 a year. It's not much. On an empty piece of land, very cheap. I looked at a piece of property and I almost bought it. It was 80 acres, but the taxes were $2,500 a year. And that was no building on it. But if you put a building on it, the taxes, they go up according to the house. And if you have $1 million house, your taxes are going to be a lot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he had to be on drugs. Only thing that explains is crazy. Well, look at the crazy looks on his face. And when he was getting all angry because he didn't get Timmy, oh my gosh, like what goes on in his house? Because by then, in his mind, he would have been rolling in dough off the videos, right? Yeah, he could pay the taxes, but the Whittakers couldn't. The Whittakers aren't prepared to upkeep that house and maintain. You know how hard it is to maintain solar panels? Yeah, imagine Ray trying to fix a solar panel, or Lorraine, or anybody. Yeah, maybe it's working on a 2-for-1 deal. Right, he put 500 plus in a home. Yeah, yeah, it was gonna be a lot. My taxes are 3,500 a year, and yeah, you live in a mobile. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if anytime you put a building on a piece of land, it just skyrockets. And if it's going to be $1 million log, it was never going to happen. Let's just get real. And that's why BJ was a convenient scapegoat. Blame it all on BJ and go home. As soon as I find out I'm not going to get Timmy, I'm just going to blame it on BJ and go home. Mm-hmm. Because of BJ, I'm forced to leave this project because I saw her tweak her fingers. You know what somebody said? Somebody said that BJ was allowed to be in her camper, restraining order or not. And well, by Friday there was not a restraining order. But yeah, that's why I believe he was wanting to build for himself. Yeah, that's what I thought. When it was, yeah, an orthopedic, yeah. She was supposed to go to an orthopedic. That never happened. Ray waited a whole month for that appointment and nobody brought him. And then what happened? Nothing. Did Eric reschedule that appointment? Nope. It was so important for Ray to go to that appointment that they missed bringing him, and it was never rescheduled. Yet Eric wants some type of a medal or a coin with his face on it. Saint Eric, the healer. No. I mean, Ray probably does have, that's probably the only good thing is Ray's knee probably did finally get fixed, but I don't think he would be a candidate for knee replacement, because a knee replacement, you you got to be careful after surgery. And I just don't see Ray being careful. I don't know. I don't know if he was a candidate or not. We'll never know because Eric didn't bring him. Which is too bad, because all the knee replacements I ever seen done, when I was in family practice. And I'm the one that's seen him because I was a radiographer. I was an X-ray technician, so I seen a lot of knees that were jacked up. I know exactly what his knee would look like in an X-ray, 100%. And yeah, so if he had a knee replacement, yeah, I don't know if he would be candidate for that, but you know, but we'll never know because he didn't bring him. Yeah, but he even said that he lied about going back to Georgia. Yeah, he stuck around 2 weeks longer. Yeah, but I'll tell you how long he stuck by. It wasn't 2 weeks. He lied about that too. Remember, he said I only told one lie, and I told the lie that you guys thought I all thought I went home. Well, I didn't think he went home because he was still in the hotel room. So Friday Friday was a blow up. Saturday, Sunday. By Monday, they were taken. By Wednesday, they told him to go home. So he was only there maybe a week after the he wasn't even there a week. He was there 3 days after the extraction. Because he said I know it was on the 10th. They got taken on the 8th, Monday the 8th. And by Wednesday the 10th, they told Eric, you're not going to get Timmy right now. How about just go home and we'll call you? Don't call us, we'll call you. And Eric said that was the day that, so they were out in the parking lot waiting to see if they get to take Timmy. And they said no, basically scram. And then he said, then they found out Charlie Kirk was shot. And Charlie Kirk was shot on the Wednesday the 10th. So that proves the day that they got told to leave. Yeah, it was all BS to continue the grift. And money was still coming in. There's some people who didn't even know the house deal got called off and they were still putting money in there. And here's my question. This is my question that I have. You know how Eric said if anybody wanted their money back, they could ask. And anybody that asked, I gave them a refund. All right. 10 minutes later, he says, well, I didn't know. I don't want to give refunds because one guy called and he said that, hey, I want my, or one guy wrote a email to him or something. And the guy said, I want my money back because I need it or something. And Eric said, show me proof you gave me money. And the guy was a big scammer. So it went from, yeah, I'll give your money back to, well, I don't want to give money back because people are scamming me. But my question is, why don't you just go down the list and click every single donation and return it to sender? Why do they have to ask for their money back? They sent money for the Whittakers. They sent money for a home. The Whittakers didn't get the money, and there is no home. So why do we have to ask for our money back? Why don't you just automatically refund everybody's money? Because there's no home. No home. Grace, did you block him, or are we still playing with the guy? Yeah. If the Pinocchio effect was real, this Noah was enter the room 5 minutes before his ass would. Yeah. 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 Grace, did you block Mr. Cash Tornado? Hey, Cash Tornado, are you still here? We want to play with. Yeah. No, she said she didn't block him. Didn't block anybody. Yeah. No, he's here. He called me idiot and then he left. He said, hey, idiot. Everybody got their money last Friday. Or no, what did he say? The Whittakers. He paid the Whittakers last Friday, you idiot. He called me an idiot. Okay, Eric. I don't believe that you paid him, though. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Is that his name? Cash Tornado? Oh, I thought it was Cash Tomato. It's a tornado or not a tomato? Oh, I thought he was a Cash Tomato. You know, actually, Cash Tornado is very fitting for Eric because he got caught up in a cash tornado, right? Yeah, such a beautiful. Well, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. I've worked really hard on this property. It was really run down when I bought it. It was some old people. And it was really run down. So I've worked a lot over the years. Really, really worked on my property a lot. In my house. You guys know I've been doing nonstop projects on my house. Major projects too. But thank you. I appreciate that. I do work hard on it. He said West Virginia has their money as of Friday. He said West Virginia has Whittaker's money? Why'd he give it to the West Virginia? Why didn't he just give it to the Whittakers? Hey, Cash Tomato. Who'd you give it to? Why didn't you just give it to him? Why didn't you just give it to the Whittakers? You know they need it. Man, did they get screwed? Oh my gosh. So the Whittakers never did get their money, if we can believe him. Well, okay. Remember last November, 25th or whatever, last Thanksgiving in November. Remember Thanksgiving, Eric came on and made a video, not looking the freshest, I must add, but Eric came on making a video saying that happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I hope you're all with your family. Like, oh my goodness, are you serious? Yeah, I'm deep frying a turkey with my in-laws and I'm with all my family. Yeah, my attorney is getting a hold of Betty and Larry right now and they're giving them a bunch of money. Okay, fast forward a month later. Oh, no, 2 or 3 weeks later, I called Larry on the phone and I said, "Did you get money from Eric?" And he said, "No." Why are people saying that? I said, "Because Eric said he's paid you." He said, "We ain't got a penny." Yeah, they got no money. Hey, Two Paws. Good to see you. I wonder if Dwayne ever got paid because no one else did. Well, I'll tell you what Dwayne got. Dwayne got paid for the website. He got paid. I think Dwayne is the one that made that Whittaker family, that cartoon picture, the Whittakers. But he's the one that made the website. So who knows how much he got shelled out for the website. And then Eric, I'm sure, was paying him to come on and screen all these comments because Dwayne did not show up. I'll tell you, we didn't even see Dwayne until the day that they said he's got to rush back to Odd because BJ won't give Larry and Betty the phone. Eric broke his leg. Patrick broke his leg. I have to rush back and save the day because I'm Superman. And yeah, and then we saw um then we saw oh hey, well thank you, Aquatech. I wish I know how to put this on the thank you, hold on a second. I'm trying to put that on the screen. I don't know how to do this on StreamYard, but thank you so much, Aquatech, for that super chat. Appreciate that. For some cat treats or something, I always enjoy the videos and that. Well, thank you, Aquatech. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, let me get over here. All right. Yeah, I appreciate that. And all those expenses were coming out of 5 people's 3-way split. Yeah. And remember, I figured it out, and I think I was the first one to point that out. that 5 people are splitting 33%. And I think it came out to 8% each. What was 8? I can't remember. I think it was like 8% each. You know, Eric gets 33%, Patrick gets 33%, and the Whittakers each get 8%. Or something like that. Thank you, Aquatech. I appreciate that. Yeah. And you know what? The Whittakers not only didn't get paid, but they weren't splurging on all these expenses. Patrick, now I wonder if Patrick got paid for that $500 from Boot Barn. Remember Boot Barn? And did he get paid back for those, I don't know, 25 chicken sandwiches or whatever he got? Yeah, I don't know, but they were really, really gouging on those expenses. Do you know how much they charge? How much Patrick said it was to bring Lorraine and Betty to the beauty shop? So Lorraine and Betty went to the beauty shop. They got their hair done, their nails, and they got a pedicure. And Patrick said it was $500. $500. I mean, yeah, I ain't been to a beauty shop in years. Is that what it costs? Does it cost $500 for 2 ladies to get their hair done and their nails did? I don't know. I don't know. Uh, did he get paid, or was he promised anything? He might have been promised a pop uncle to do the website. No, because I specifically remember Eric saying that we had to pay for the website. He said that like 10 times. We had to pay for the website. And then like only once he said Dwayne did the website. So yeah, he paid Dwayne. I don't know what it cost. I had a website one time, but one of the realtors who had a lot of money, she paid for my website. So I don't know what it was. But not only did she pay for my website, but I think there was like a monthly fee or something. So I don't know. I think I don't think it's cheap. I don't know what Dwayne got. That'd be interesting to find out. I would love to do an interview with Dwayne. He ain't going near nobody. And then he made the video why I'm not going to help anybody anymore. Like, Dwayne, you didn't help anybody to begin with, so stop that. Yeah, that contract was crap for the family, and they still were cheated. Yeah, can you imagine that? And their whole family torn apart, run through the mud in the press, really, because now everybody thinks, that family from West Virginia, they were horrible, and they beat each other, and they're throwing shoes at each other's foreheads and all this other stuff. Like, and then they always had poopy pants, and like just the awful picture that was painted of the Whittakers when they were minding their own business. And isn't that interesting? I think it's really interesting that they could go 46 years with Timmy and doing just fine. And, the last 20 years with BJ and her boyfriend living there just fine. And then Eric comes and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose and everybody has to be ripped apart and put into institutions. And then as soon as Eric leaves, it's fine again. Do you notice that? Did you notice that Larry was so afraid of BJ? Yeah. Larry had his daughter BJ and raised her, and with his wife who passed away. But Larry and his wife had BJ, and they raised her with her previous daughter, and everything was fine for 46 years. Everything was fine with Larry and BJ. But the minute Eric shows up, all of a sudden Larry is scared to death of BJ. He's got to Eric's got to come from Georgia and drive to another state to save the day because BJ is scaring the hell out of Larry for the first time in 46 years. And then as soon as as soon as Eric leaves, they're back to normal again. So 46 years. Larry and BJ are fine. Eric's there for 3 weeks, and all hell breaks loose. And then Eric leaves, and BJ and Larry are fine again. What does that tell you? Out of my pocket. Same amount for the boots and clothes, the boot barn. Yeah, it sounded like which I thought sounded like a bargain. Yeah, so the boot barn was also 500. So the boot barn was, the outfit for Timmy, and it was the outfit for Patrick. Now, I don't see why Patrick would be reimbursed for his outfit, because they did, because why? But yeah, 250 a piece sounds probably about at a high-end place. So the boot barn's going to be expensive, but they each got a pair of boots right there. It's probably $200. Then they got some jeans, and they got a shirt, and I think they got a cowboy hat or something. Yes, that was probably $250 a piece, but I don't know why Patrick would get reimbursed for his clothes. I don't know, but they did this short. Remember, they did a short, and it was called Sharp Dressed Man. They did the video of Timmy. They were showing him from the toes all the way up to the head, playing Sharp Dressed Man, and they made a lot of money off of that short video. So they got the money from that, and they got reimbursed from it. Yeah. And I to be honest, I don't see Timmy wearing cowboy boots around him. Cowboy boots are not comfortable. If you've ever worn them, you can't wait to get them off your feet. Yeah. That contract, yeah, family was cheated. Yeah, remember that. Yeah. So yeah, I can see at the boot barn, yeah, $250 a piece. Yeah, I can see that. Well, you know what? Not my monkeys. Guess what? You are my very first member. And I do want to say that I just opened up the membership. You're my first member. So thank you very much. Not my monkey. You're my first member. But I do want to say that I'm not going to be like doing special videos for the members. Just to be like a heads up. If you become a member, it's just kind of a way to support the channel. But on the checkoff list there, I didn't check off anything that I was going to do anything special, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't even know he'd done a website. Yeah. The website, they said, so Dwayne did a website, and it was supposed to be for all the questions that keep getting asked and answered over and over. Like, why doesn't Ray have a belt? Or, does Timmy need glasses, or whatever it was? He said that it was a place to go to get the answers that everybody asked. So I never saw the website. Yeah, the boots. Yeah, the boots. The boots alone. 2 pairs of boots out of the boot barn. Yeah, that's going to be costly. You know what I mean? And then the shirts. It's like going to whatever. It's the store at a mall. You're going to pay extra for it. Yeah, it was Patrick's outfit. Yeah, his probably the one that cost more. What I mean? Timmy is like a little child size. I mean, he's, I don't know. I don't know. Did we ever see him with those clothes on again? There's a lot nicer than Barney stuff he wanted to have. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. At least Patrick treated him like a grown-ass man. So like a baby. Well, thank you. Say it out loud. You are the second customer. What is it? What is it called? Member. We're going to call it something with a C. I forgot. Sorry, my dogs are drinking really loud right now. Kind of annoying. I had to redo a video because the dog was drinking so loud. I lost my place, you guys. I'm trying to look where it was. Well, thank you. Say it out loud. And not my monkeys, and say it out loud. Thank you. Now I have two. Yes, my first two. They kept having it as an option, and it said click here. I clicked like one button, and it was activated. And then it said what do you want to do for your membership? And pretty much didn't click off any of the things, like no early releases or nothing like that. I've been wait. You've been waiting this membership for. Well, thank you. Say it out loud. I really appreciate that. Without the Whittaker family, none of them would have made any money. Yeah, I think they forgot that. Patreon. Yes. Yes. You're jolly. I've never been to a beauty shop either. I've never been to one. I learned how to cut my hair when I was very young and cut everybody else's hair. Yep. Yep. Don't even know what it would be like. Actually, I'd be kind of nervous to have somebody cut my hair. Right. Wonder if it was bought for a photo shoot video, then returned. Because I don't believe that was worn on any of it. Right. I was going to say the same thing, is that I never saw Timmy wearing the boots, the shirt, or them jeans again. They did the sharp dress man. And you know, who's to say that they didn't do the sharp dress man video, take everything off, and then only go pay for Patrick stuff? You know what I mean? I never seen him wear them clothes again. You know, and the sad thing is, they were ripped out of that house. So Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine didn't get to bring anything from the house. You know, they might have had, who knows. Yeah, I got toes and fingernails done for daughter's wedding. It was $100. I didn't get fake nails either, just a manicure. Well, they didn't get fake nails either, so that's probably about what they got. They got the fingernails and the toes, the pedicure, and a haircut, I think. So yeah, 500 is just too steep to believe it. I mean, I can believe 200. You know, with a tip. You know what I mean? Aqua, I never saw the boots and no, I didn't see it. You didn't even see the shirt in another video. It is heartbreaking. Well, and Timmy has foot issues. Yeah, I didn't think they want to wear boots. No. You know, that's a really good point, Tina. Timmy has got really messed up feet. I don't know if you guys ever saw his feet, but I think Lorraine might have them feet too. But Timmy's got really messed up feet. And so I cannot imagine him with cowboy boots. And remember, somebody had mailed them some cowboy boots. Remember the ride with Betty in the truck? And Patrick saying, yeah, we got a bunch of packages for you. Betty said, where are they? He said, they're at my house. She looks all confused. She says, why are they at your house? He said, that's where they got delivered. She said, well, what is it? He said, well, some's got, Timmy got some boots and some collaring books. I don't know. But yeah, I just don't see Timmy wearing cowboy boots. Anybody, even if you have normal feet, they're hard to wear. I get my nails done every 2 weeks and toes once. Really? Is it cost $500 for you and your friend to go? Because I don't think so. Nails every 2 weeks and toes, really? Now I would like to do that. Well, hey, Brooks and Gardens. Well, thank you. There, I got 3 members, you guys. That's my first 3 members. You cut your own hair too? Yeah. My mom cut my hair really short when I was a kid, when I was like 12. And my hair was so long. I've always had long hair. And my hair was so long I could sit on my hair. That's how long it was. And my mom had a few cocktails one time and she cut all my hair off. And And then it was at the beginning of school year, and we went on a field trip, and we went to the planetarium, and the guy up in the stage, he had a microphone, and he was asking the audience questions, and I raised my hand with a question, and he said, "Yes, how about that little boy in the front? What's your question?" And I almost died. And I thought, I'll be damned if anybody cuts my hair again. And so since I was like 12, I've cut my own hair. I don't want nobody around me with the scissors. And I got really good at it. And I cut everybody in my family. I cut my husband's hair. I cut my kids' hair. I cut my brother-in-law's hair. I cut my sister-in-law's hair. I cut my sister's hair. I cut everybody's hair. Because I got really good at it. So yeah, I've my whole life. I've never, yeah, that was the first and the last time anybody touched my hair with the scissors. You get a manicure once a month. My nails grow hard as nails and thick like weeds. Hate cutting them myself, takes too long. Yeah, I could see a pedicure, but I'm probably kind of too ticklish for that. I think my feet would be too tickled. I don't know if I could have anybody touch my feet. You know, one time, I worked in a doctor's office for 20 years, and this one clinic that I worked at, I was there 13 years, and we had they used to hire a masseuse, somebody that does massages, like about once a month. The person would come in and go back in an exam room and set up and their chair thing, and had like a chair where you put your face in it. You know what I mean? Anyway, I signed up one time because they gave free massages, right? They're professionals. And so they paid these people to come in and give us massages, which was kind of weird. But I went in there to get a massage, and I was so ticklish on my neck. I tried and tried and tried. Every time he touched my neck, I couldn't do it. I had to leave. So I tried to get a massage one time, but I'm too ticklish on my neck. I just couldn't do it. But it looked like it would probably be pretty good. That was more a Patrick thing, I believe. It was a shopping trip for Patrick. Yeah, because most of what they was doing was really things Patrick wanted to do. Yeah, I said that too. Patrick had a bucket list, and Patrick just dragged Timmy with. And you know what the funny thing, a lot of these aren't around anymore, but did you guys see the video where Patrick went to a racetrack and he put Timmy in a race car and Patrick was in the race car? They were in like a race car, like a race car that does like quarter mile, you know what I mean? Starts out really fast, burning the rubbers and take off, right? So it was like a quarter mile track thing. And yeah, Timmy was in there. And I'm thinking, that's when I knew, okay, Patrick's just doing his stuff, and he's taking Timmy along for to pay for it. So yeah, that was basically Patrick's bucket list. He was crowd. So yeah, the mud playing in the mud thing, Patrick. The jet ski was Patrick. Not that. And the shooting and the AR-15 and all that. And I'm not saying that, Timmy didn't have fun. He probably had fun. I mean, some of it. I don't think he liked the shooting the gun thing, but he had fun. But yeah, it wasn't like they were asking Timmy, "What do you want to do?" Because Timmy, I'll tell you what they probably would like to do. They probably want to go back to the state fair, or the county fair. Because when Mark brought them to the county fair, I'd never seen them all so happy. Ray couldn't keep his eyes off of that pretty woman. Timmy was on the ride. Even Lorraine went on a ride. Lorraine went on, I think she was on those swings. That's the chairs that have they hang by chains. And you sit them, and it's like a swing. It was something like that, or was it? Maybe it was it was a side by side. But nonetheless, Lorraine went on this ride that I wouldn't even get on, and they put her on next to somebody that she didn't. I don't think she knew the person. But anyway, Lorraine went on a ride. They all went on rides. And then Lorraine was trying to throw the ball and win a prize. And she kind of threw her hip out a little bit and then she had trouble walking. But I'm telling you, they had fun, a lot of fun. Jimmy Ray and Lorraine had a blast. And I think Kenny was there too. That's when they went in the bathroom and Mark forgot to stop videotaping when they went into the men's room. I wish I could cut my own. I tried with COVID, but it wasn't easy. Um, yeah, my mom was actually my mom was a registered nurse, but when I was really little, she owned her own beauty shop. So I used to watch. It's really easy. It's real easy. Jacked up bangs. Yeah, there's nothing worse than jacked up bangs, man. You're nothing you can do but let them grow out. No, the nails are about 40 each time, and the feet are about 60. But I don't go out and spend the money on much. No, that's good. That's good. I think everybody should pamper themselves a little bit. Yeah. I was 50 years old when I got my first pedicure. It was wonderful. I got a leg massage and the works. It was wonderful. Best thing out. Yeah, that does sound nice. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think my feet would be too ticklish, and yeah, the Whittaker family could have used hearing aids. Yeah. Well, they did. You see that one where they tried to put hearing aids on Timmy? In fact, that video got like 1 million views. It was one of the most views they got was when they were on Patrick's porch and they were putting hearing aids in Timmy's ear. But the thing with hearing aids is you got to have them fit for, you got to go, you can't just, it's like you can't just pick up somebody else's dentures and pop them in your mouth. You know, the hearing aids have to be fit, my dad has hearing aids, and he has to go to a doctor, and a doctor has to hook him up with the hearing aids and all that. You have to have like a hearing test. You got to have the right ones and all that stuff. So, but they did. They tried to put them in Timmy's ears, and I just don't think. I think they were. I don't even know where they got them from. I'm listening, just cleaning at the same. Oh, really, Brooks and Gardens? That's what I always do. I always have live streams on, and I just do my chores. Yeah, thanks, Kathy. I don't have Facebook, so I didn't see any. Only been able to see whatever made it to Facebook. I know. Yeah, there was likely I missed a lot. You know what? The thing is, they dirty deleted a lot of stuff. Like, yeah, they deleted a lot of stuff before it all got taken down. You cut your hubby's hair? Yep, I did too. It was the swings. Yeah, it was the swings. Yeah, I thought, no way, you're really gonna let Lorraine get on that thing? Um, and she had her cane and everything. She got on there. I couldn't believe it. She was on that ride. I wouldn't even get on that ride. Yeah, the fair was with Mark. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's called it's the title is something like Summer 2024 or something like that. Yeah, it was during that summer. I don't think it's labeled fair, but yeah. And yeah, yeah. They loved it. They loved it. But yeah, that's where they should have brought him, the county fair or something. It was in the summer. I got a massage once and got so relaxed, I let a fart slip, and I started laughing so hard I couldn't finish the session. That's so not me. I don't even like to pass gas money. Yeah. That should have been a compliment. You know what I mean? Like it was in Italy. If you burp after the meal, it's like a compliment to the chef. Well, that's like a compliment to the masseuse there. If you get so relaxed that you let it rip, it should be like that should be a compliment. Uh, I learned on my boys, and I just started. I took the plunge and tried on my own. And then I started cutting my mom's hair. She moved back to Ohio. Yeah, it's easy. You can learn how to cut your own hair. Remember the Flovey? They used to have something called the Flovey, and it looked like a hair dryer for your hair, except it was like a suction. It was like a vacuum, and you'd vacuum up your hair, and there was something inside the vacuum that was cutting the hair. So you just like vacuum your hair, and it cut it at the same time. Called the Flovey. I don't know what happened to that. I suppose people got hurt or something. You know what I mean? Somebody got their hair caught in it or something. Always something. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I tried it at my work. It was free and everything, and I thought, cool. And I get out of work for like 20 minutes. And uh, yeah, I just couldn't have his when his hands got around my neck. You know, I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop. I had to quit. Mark said the pretty woman you keep speaking of was his sister. Um, no, I don't think that girl was his sister because he fired her. She was, it might have been. I don't know. I don't think so though because he fired her. You know how he fired her? Um, for basically making that video that I put to music. She I forgot what her name was. It wasn't Lorraine. It was I forgot her name. But she was secretly recording the Whittakers on her own phone, which Mark told her not to do. So she did that video of her and Ray dancing and some other videos on her own phone, and she posted it on her YouTube. And Mark fired her for making content out of the Whitakers on her own channel. So I don't know if that was his sister. He fired his sister. I heard in an interview that he has hit very high. He always respected his sister. His sister was older, and his sister's the one that told him, if you want to get the girls, you got to have some money. Girls are attracted to money. And he said, I always looked up to my sister. So I don't know. And she's got her own channel. I saw her doing a video like next to a cornfield or something. Hey, what are you doing? It would have been neat to see Timmy at a painting or ceramic place where they create their own art. Yeah, right. There's so many things they could have done with the Whitakers. One thing, I don't think they were very original, and I think Patrick did his bucket list and drug Timmy with, but at least it was a variety. But when it came to Eric, Eric was not creative at all. Eric did everything that Mark did. Mark brought him bowling. Well, Eric brought him bowling. Mark I'm just reading your thing. Yeah, Mark brought him to get haircuts. Eric brought him to get haircuts. And I noticed a big difference between the two. When Mark brought him to get haircuts, Ray was relaxed and he lasted through the whole thing. When Eric took him to get haircuts, Ray was really nervous and he jumped up out of the chair, and Betty had to run and tackle him. And I said, "Get him, Betty!" And yeah, so Ray kind of freaked out when he was at the. And the crazy thing is, Ray didn't even need a haircut. It was just for content. But when Mark brought him for a haircut, his hair was long. And Mark brought him a haircut because he needed a haircut. Eric brought him to a haircut because he wanted content. And Ray was a little traumatized on that visit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many. even we could come up with ideas, better than that. But yeah, he just copied, bring him shopping, bring him to Walmart. Mark brought him to Walmart, so Eric brought him. You know, where the hearing aids, the seen on TV ones, I have it as on TV, and it looks like, but not sure. I don't know. I I thought Patrick said that he got them from somebody who doesn't need them anymore or something. I don't even know where they got them from. That if they, I don't know. You could get Miracle Ear, right? They should have just got a Miracle Ear. A Miracle Ear. Remember that? Um, the Miracle Ear was just the thing you put on your. It just amplifies it. Aren't hearing aids molded? Yeah, they are basically individual and tuned for them. Yeah, I think so, Aquatech. My dad has hearing aids, and he's always going to the doctor and getting in the batteries and all that, and getting him checked and getting his hearing. Yeah, I don't think it's a one size fits all. I think it's like dentures. You know what I mean? You gotta have it fitted and stuff or whatever. Yeah. Let's see. This kitten's up and it's getting all crazy on me again. She's a handful. Yeah. And I know that Beckley doesn't have a lot, but Beckley has plenty that they could have done. They could have went, you know what? They could have had a barbecue. They could have done 100 different things. Why don't you help them plant a garden or something? Because Betty was a good gardener. Remember Betty had squash, Betty had tomatoes and all that. Why don't you, help them out with something like that? Something that would be useful. Make their life better. It was like, what the actual fuck are they doing? Putting them here? Yeah, did you see it? Yeah, it was. It was. Like I said. I think that video is still up on Patrick's Facebook because, like I said, I noticed it was one of the highest views they ever got. It was like 1 million or something. That had a lot of views. That hearing aid one. But yeah, I don't know where they got them. I thought they were used from somebody, and I thought, what the hell? But yeah, they have the Miracle Ear. You're supposed to put that on. You can hear people across the room or something. But obviously, he put him in for 5 seconds and took him out, and they never put him in again. So obviously, it didn't work. Otherwise, and who knows? It might have been overwhelming for Timmy if he can't hear very good, and all of a sudden it's loud. I don't know. He was traumatized. Maybe it was traumatizing to him. Yeah, remember Flovey? you put it on a vacuum and it sucks the hair and it cuts your hair if it doesn't get tangled. You have long hair and you trim it? Yeah, I have long hair too. The only thing I can't trim is the back of it. That's why I always used to have my husband do the back part down at the ends. Yeah. Yeah, I think, I think the whole family, you're right. The whole family could have used some hearing aids. Larry can't hear anything. Betty was hard to hear, hard of hearing. But actually, Larry had hearing aids, remember? And as a matter of fact, when the trailer burnt down, Mark came and Larry couldn't hear anything he was saying. He kept saying, what? He said, my hearing aid, I only have one because the other one got burnt up in the fire or something. I think he had one in or something. But yeah, Larry had hearing aids, and he said I have to go back to the doctor to get new ones. Yeah, yeah. So was the pretty woman Mark's sister? I don't know. I thought he was. I thought she um, was hired to yourself. Yeah, Timmy just wanted new coloring books. In fact, when Mark brought him to Walmart, Timmy ran right to the coloring books. He grabbed this giant one too. And yeah, he was in his own little Timmy heaven with those new coloring books. He was paging through the pages as he's walking. I thought it was labeled World's Fair, but it was just County Fair. Yeah, yeah, the County Fair. Yeah, yeah. They should have taken him to like Sip and Paint or something, just without the alcohol drink for him. He would have liked something like that. There is so much they could have done. I mean, you could have gone fishing. Could have gone to the river and stood on the shore and gone fishing. You have long fingernails. It's been years since I polished them. Yeah, I got long nails too. You know, I recently cut my fingernails on my left hand because I'm trying to learn an electric guitar. I always used to play a bass guitar and I played an acoustic guitar. But I just ordered a electric guitar and an amp because I just some songs I want to learn. So I cut all my nails on my left hand so I could play the guitar, and they grew back fast. The hearing aids from Amazon, they're probably just like amplifiers. You know what I mean? Like Miracle Air or something. Yeah, yeah. My son always want. My son always. I just lost my spot. My son always want a fade. It took me a while to figure that. Yeah, yeah. When my son was growing up, I used to do his. I used to cut his hairs with the buzzers. You know what I mean? And yeah, the fade was a little tricky. Yeah, yeah. I think they are molded to individual. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I watched them at the fair. Yeah, they were happy, really happy. Big difference between going with Mark over Eric. Mark was they're all together with Eric was like there was a spectacle. Yeah. And I think it's so funny because when Mark brought him to Walmart, Mark had the Whittakers at Walmart and they were running into people and they ran into the old neighbor who told them that Peanut died. I don't know who Peanut was, but Peanut died. And they were talking about stuff. And Mark just kind of backed off, you know what I mean? Let them have their visit or whatever. Um, but when Eric brought him out and they were at the bowling alley, of course the Whitakers know people. They probably know a lot of people. Half their family, half of them are family, you know what I mean? But Whitakers lived there forever. Everybody knows them. So yeah, they got recognized when they went to Walnut Walmart with Mark, and they ran into an old neighbor. Mark just kind of backs out of the conversation. But when Eric brought him to the bowling alley, a guy came up and said, "Hey, how you guys doing?" And Mark's like, or Eric, remember Eric said, "I was being protective." And I told him, what do you guys want? And they said, "These are friends of ours." And Betty's like, "Yeah, we've known this guy our whole life." And Eric's like, "Okay, I was just trying to be protective of you guys." It's like, okay, like some kind of a handler, you know what I mean? So big difference, big difference. When Eric was out with them, he thought he owned the Whitakers and he didn't want people talking to him. Haircuts, Walmart, yeah, everything Mark did. Yeah, Yeah, maybe the fair would have been obvious. I think everything else was obvious, but at least they had fun at the fair. Yeah. Did Aquatech become a member? Second, missing comments here. Yeah, mom got a set. There were 4,000 hearing aids. Yeah, um, I know that hearing aids are really expensive if you get real ones. You know what I mean? So no, they probably checked in. They weren't going to spend 4,000 on Timmy. I mean, if you're talking about hearing aids, yeah, I bet they were 4,000 because my dad said they're really expensive. Yeah, Eric tried to copy Mark. Wasn't even close though. One size fits all. Her name was Lauren. Thank you. Her name was Lauren. It was like Lorraine, but it was Lauren. Yeah, you're right. I knew it was close. Yeah, she is beautiful. But yeah, I saw her, she got fired. They could have played a game with them, could have painted with them, went fishing, could have planted a garden, so many things, right? That's what I'm saying too. I agree. I totally agree. There's so many things you could do, you know, but it was all about that, Eric was more interested in flying his friends out. He didn't really give a rat's ass what they wanted. Yeah, it worked, but if they don't see in the ear right, you get a whistling feedback. Yeah, I remember my dad used to have that, and he used to have to go get them adjusted. Hearing aids don't always work for everybody. All depends on your condition. Yeah. Yeah, she was pretty. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Aquatech. Did I say? Did I see yours? One second. Yes. Thank you, Aquatech. Aquatech has become a member also. Yeah, another member. Yes, you did. Look what you started, not my monkeys. And say it out loud says, whoo, another member. Yep, you guys are my first. You know, I never forget my first. Uh, yes, thank you. I love it, not my monkeys. I swear I've never seen an option on it. No, I just turned it on. It's been telling me for a while to turn on. It's a turn on memberships, and I never did. And all I did the last time it came up, it said turn on membership. It's easy or something like that. I made one click and it was on and it said, how much you want, what do you want to do for the members? You got like top tier and lower tier. I said, how about just the standard $4.99? And I didn't check any of it. I didn't check any of it. And because I don't want to promise a bunch of extra stuff, you know. Um, no, I totally understand, Kathy. I understand about the little mouse. Yes, cat rescue is expensive. I know that. Songs I'm trying to learn. Well, thank you, Architect. Thank you very much for that super chat. I'm a member. I want to donate some memberships. That option must be turned on. Well, yeah, I got to look at it because I really don't know much about it. Thank you so much, Architect. Yeah, I just hit one button so far. And it was on. It just turned on. And so, yeah, I forgot. I didn't really read it through it. Thank you so much, Aquatech. I really appreciate that. This cat is just going nuts here. I didn't know she was playing with a gold watch. Her little sassy. I had a little necklace hanging from my lamp, and she was playing with the necklace. And I took that away from her, and she grabbed up my watch. Crazy. She's a little terror. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oops. She's a handful. I think she's been here 8 days, maybe 7. I'm not sure. Oh, she's so cute, though, man. And I can't bring them all in my house. You know what I mean? I just can't. But she was so special that I brought her. She's a indoor cat now. Hey. Kind of getting a little quay on me here. Good. Now she's got her fingernail caught in my. You gotta calm down, little girl. I'm a night person, so if it wasn't for your live, I'd likely be losing my mind. So, well, thank you. Actually, I can come on here more often now that all my plants in the ground. I was getting really bummed out because I want everything in the ground like the first week of June, and I had to build all them planters. I had a whole bunch of extra things this spring to do, so I was worried about my stuff going in the ground. But otherwise, I would have probably came on a couple times this week. Thank you, Aquatech. Aqua, I think there might be a glitch because I've tried to gift a membership on another channel. Others have gifted on, and I'm not given the option either. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. Oops. Cat's getting a little crazy on me. They always go crazy at night too. They're like gremlins. I've tried everything, and reaching out to YouTube for answers is yeah. There's not really any people at YouTube. They're just bots. Because like you, Kathy, we are the gardeners, right? I had to look it up a minute ago. Well, Chat GPT, and it says it's something on their end they're able to enable or disable. Who knows if that's accurate? Huh. I'll have to check into it. I didn't know. I just turned it on like a couple days ago, so I don't really know much about it. Doing updates? Maybe they are. I should have planted some things too, but I did so much last year. I burned myself out with it. Yeah. I'm doing well. Yeah. You can always start with a few things. That's what I did. I started with a few things and just got more and more each year. And then you learn how to can. And once you learn how to can, and and you can freeze things too. But once you learn how to can, then it's game on. And yeah, every year it gets bigger. But this year it was a lot of extra work because hey, I think my cat is outside for some reason. Just came right up to the camera. I might have to grab her in here because I don't want her attacked again. I think she did that on purpose. As soon as I opened the door, she ran in. I don't know. Did she really know that's a camera? She went right up to the camera, her face, like she wanted to come in. Yeah, she don't need to be outside at night. That's all done now, Kathy. You won't have to have all that labor next year. Yeah. Yeah, I had to move all the tomatoes up by the house because I'm not fighting with that gopher anymore. That's enough. He wins. Well, actually, I win because I moved the tomatoes. He ain't getting nothing. And I haven't seen him eat anything but the tomatoes, so hopefully he doesn't go for something else. Hopefully he doesn't go for something else. Well, guys, I've got a lot going on tomorrow. Gonna hit the hay. I hope everyone has a good night, and thank you, Kathy. Well, thank you, Tina. It was good to see you tonight. Well, I did a garden and had a 530-foot rose. It was too much. If I were retired, wouldn't have a problem, but I have so much to keep up with towards the end of, if it got a little neglected. That, well, I totally get that, because when I used to work, all I had was tomatoes. That was it. I had about 4 tomato plants. That was it. I don't think I could have this much garden if I was still working. Yeah, I totally get that, because it's a lot of work, and if I was still working, I don't think I would have the time for it. You know. And if you neglect it at all, within a week it's overgrown and things get crazy. And the tomatoes are all over the place. Yeah, cucumbers. Word got out in the streets now. All the cats are lurking around my house looking for dope. They're all sneaking on the deck, stealing catnip. Yeah, I saw the catnip plants. Last year I bought some catnip, but the cats devoured it in like one night. All the plants were gone, and it was nothing but little stems. They ate it all. So I thought, I'm not going to do it. Now she's got my ponytail again. But yeah, they ate it right down to the roots. Nothing left. A little stubble when I came out the next day. I thought, well, that didn't last long. Didn't even get a chance to even grow. They already ate it. And I don't know if they're supposed to eat it. But they did. Night. Aqua says night. Yeah. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl myself, and so yeah, it works out good for me to come on at night. Hopefully it works out for other people, or they can watch the rerun, replay, or whatever it's called. But yeah, works out. But yeah, so I got some videos I could be doing. What I got to do is I got to see all these videos that I didn't post, and why I didn't post them, I don't know. But yeah, now that I've came across some unpublished videos, I might look at those and publish them. Well, hey, up yours. Good to see you. They eat catnip. Yeah, they ate it right down to the stubble, right down to the ground. I highly doubt that Lorraine took that sweater with her. Yeah. I don't think they got to take anything with them. They were hauled out, and then they never got a hold of the Whittakers to bring anything down there. Well, good to see you tonight, up yours. Hope you've been doing well. And Grace, I'm off to work. Well, have a good evening at work, or actually, it's probably morning where you're at, huh? Good morning. It's probably morning where you are. So anyway, good morning and have a good day at work. Have fun. Yeah, mine likes it dried, or the plant. Yeah, they love catnip. Yeah, they didn't have a chance. They were basically kidnapped. Yeah. You know what? I still think they have a lawsuit. I think the Whittakers have a lawsuit. There's that lawyer. I think his name is John something. There's a lawyer in Beckley, and he is I don't know if he's a civil rights attorney, but he takes on like the court system and all that. And he's the one. He's the attorney that sued the Beckley court because that lady judge in the adult, or what was it? It was the family court. The family court judge was going over the guy's divorce, and the judge stopped the hearing and had told everybody to go over to the guy's house. And they went over there with no search warrant. And she barged into his house, told him either open the door or we're going to kick it down. And so he had to open the door. They went into his house. They dug through his drawers. They went through his shed. They went through everything. And no search warrant. And the guy got a hold of this attorney, and that attorney sued them. And that lady judge had to step down. She lost her job. And it turns out that lady judge in the family court has been doing this to a bunch of people. Just going over to people's house with no search warrant and busting in. And she sat in the guy's living room in his chair with her feet up, kicked her shoes off, and told people to dig through drawers and stuff. And so this attorney, and he's on Facebook, and you can get a hold of him. And I try to get a hold of him, but you have to, in order to get a hold of him, you have to submit a video. It has to be your video, not somebody else. So I thought, well, do I have to make like a special video? But I thought, I should do that. I should get a hold of this guy. I'm sure. There's no doubt he's heard of the Whittakers. But I think he waits to be asked. I don't think he's like an ambulance chaser where he's going to go, looking for cases. He wants people to approach him. So anyway, that guy, I think he would be perfect to sue adult protection and the Beckley court. No, all of them. I think they should be sued. You know what I mean? Like how are they getting away? It's like they were kidnapped. And it was months later when the newspaper, whatever it was, the Sun, came and interviewed the Whittakers, came over to their house and went right up on their porch and interviewed them. And Larry said, "We ain't got a damn dime yet," or something like that. He ain't paid us a single dollar. And yeah, no, they didn't have a chance. And he said that we're told that we can't see them. We can't see the family. And he said they've been staying at home by the phone, waiting for it to ring for like 2 months at that point. Yeah. Unfortunately, though Betty gotta have the money or even know the possibility going after money was available. I don't believe she has either. Well, this guy, he doesn't take money. He's a civil. I can't remember if he's a civil rights. I don't know what he is, but he will sue the county and the state, and of course he'll get his 33.33%. You know what I mean? Most attorneys get a third. If you like, I paid my attorney up front. You can do that too. You can pay the attorney up front, or the attorney can take part of your winnings. I paid mine up front. It was very expensive, but that way, when I win my case, I don't have to share it with him. It's all mine. Yeah, it's a power trip. But no, this guy does it. That's what he does. He helps the underdog that's getting the shaft from the system. Yeah. You would think there would be one decent one in the area would step up their own goodwill and help the family just out of their own goodwill. Yeah. And it's funny, because we tried to get the Whittakers a lawyer. And nobody in the state would touch it with a 10-foot pole. And and I thought it was funny because when Eric was on his live stream a few weeks ago, he said almost the same thing. He said, he said that area only has so many attorneys. And he said he had an attorney at first, but he said, if you can believe him, he said that the attorneys don't want to touch it for him. And I thought, well, that's interesting because he had an attorney, right? But Eric said Patrick has one of the attorneys. All the Whittakers, each one of them have an attorney. Okay, so you got 3 attorneys, one for each. I suppose it's like a guardian ad litem or something, whatever it is. But Ray, Lorraine, and Timmy each have their own attorney appointed by the state or whatever county. Then Patrick has an attorney. And so he said, like, all the attorneys out there were already taken, which I kind of believe because we experienced the same thing. That and the attorneys don't want to touch it because if you're from West Virginia, you're going to go in and you're going to fight your own county. It'd be best if we could get an attorney from out of state that practices law in West Virginia and their state. But that's almost impossible to find too. So yeah, it is, there's only so many attorneys out there. But this guy, he goes for the underdogs, like that guy that got the shaft in the court. Yeah. I do believe their case has some aspect of it for sure. And just refusing Betty to see her family. Now, how many times have you seen stories on YouTube or TV and that the parents are just awful? They hurt the kids, they starve them, they do all kinds of stuff. Really mean and criminal even. And those parents eventually get to see their family again. But nobody's been charged. Like I could see if Betty and Larry were charged with abuse and neglect and all this. Remember, Eric said, somebody asked Eric, how bad was the abuse? And Eric's like, oh, it was as bad as it gets. Okay, if it's bad as it gets, then we would expect to see some arrest. Who was the bad as it gets? Larry, Betty, and even BJ has not been arrested. And as a matter of fact, if they're in their 40s and 70s and 60s, why isn't there a history of abuse in the house? Because I looked, BJ's never been arrested for an assault. Never. She's never been arrested for any assault on anybody, let alone Timmy. Betty and Larry haven't been arrested. So how can somebody with the worst abuse case ever, how can that person not be arrested? That don't make no sense. The worst abuse you ever seen. Well, it was it Patrick? He's the only one that's been arrested. And if it's Patrick, then that wouldn't make sense that Betty and Larry can't see their family. I could see Patrick not being able to see him, but yeah. But listen, we all know that anybody, including the state or the county, knows that Betty and Larry aren't going to get a lawyer. They're not going to fight anything. Tell them to go away and they'll go away. That's how they got into this mess to begin with. They got into this mess because they did whatever they were told. And that's how they got into this mess. So they know darn well they're not going to get sued by Betty and Larry or BJ. Yeah. You wouldn't have had the time to devote to it, right? You talking about the garden? Yeah, I never would have. You would think that the 3 that were taken would have someone that's been appointed to serve their best interest. They were the ones ripped out of their home. Yeah, usually if it's a lot, I think most of the time the goal is to have them reunited back with their family, right? Now, if their house is really messy and it's gross, as it is, then yeah, I can see them saying, okay, you got 30 days to clean this up, you know what I mean? Or we're gonna, or we're gonna take your family or whatever. And they didn't get no warning. And they didn't even, Betty and Larry didn't even get a chance to correct anything. Because I know they've done that too. I've seen stories where they'll come in and they'll say, okay, it's all messy in here. You guys have, 30 days to correct this, or we have to take the kids out of here, whatever they do. Normally there's a time to make some corrections, get your shit together. We're going to come back and we're going to see if your shit's together. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Problem is they can't talk. Yeah. So they can't even give their input on what they may want to do. And I think that's why I think Timmy can communicate yes or no, right? I think even Lorraine probably could to a point. Ray might be kind of hard to figure out what he's saying, but Lorraine, we've seen her speak clear sometimes. When Mark came over, she'd speak clear once in a while. So yeah, I just don't see. And I cannot picture Timmy saying that he doesn't want to go home. Because you say, Timmy, do you want to go home? Yeah, he'd want to go home. Yeah. So it's not like they're saying, Timmy, do you want to go home? No, I don't want to go home. I could see that. If any one of them were saying they don't want to go home, then yeah, then keep them there. But you know darn well that they all want to go home. They have no idea what the hell just happened. Yeah. Yeah. But Timmy can say yes or no, and I think that's why Eric didn't get to take him. He's probably saying, no, whatever you do, don't let me go with him. Yeah. Right. That's probably not a common thing. And they still are let to see. Well, I don't know if they've been seen. Like I said, I wish I could find that. I wish I could find that video. I'll put it up. I'll put a clip of that video up of Betty. Because I think most of you probably saw it, right? Betty in the nursing home singing. I know that was her. People saying, no, that's just a look like. I think it was her. And I think that nursing home is where they're at. It's a care center. And if it is Betty, she was looking pretty happy. Right? There'd be bruises. Yeah, there'd be bruises. You can almost breathe on someone close in their 80s, and yeah, it'd be bruised. I know that people in their 80s bruise. Like when I used to work in a doctor's office, I used to draw blood. I did phlebotomy. I used to draw people's blood. I was really good at it. And boy, you get an old person, man, just one little nick, and they are black and blue. If an older person falls, if they fall, their whole arm will be black and blue. Unbelievable. Like they've been in a car accident. Yeah, I've seen the old people when they fall or just bump. All they do is just bump their arm and it's all black and blue. So yeah, if any of them had been hit, they would have been black and blue. I just don't get it. Then you see all these other families that are being horrible to their family and they get their loved ones back. Instead of parent alienation, what about family alienation? Yeah. Yeah, he had the Alienation Academy. He ran the Alienation Academy and gave out certificates. Yeah. Visitation should be there regardless of the home. Right. If the home is too messy, then fine. Why can't they go visit them at the nursing home? Yeah. Or any time frame. Like you said, there's actual abusers still allowed to visitation, even if it's monitored. Right. What did they do? Now, here's the question. What did What did the Whittakers do to the three that was so bad that they're not allowed to see him anymore, yet not bad enough to be arrested? That's a puzzle. That's a riddle. Riddle me this. How can somebody abuse somebody so bad that you can't see him anymore, yet you don't get arrested? That makes no sense. Yeah, the attorney is pro bono. Well, it's either pro bono or he gets a. I think he must get a cut of the settlement. You know what I mean? I'm sure he's living on something. Yeah, something stinks to high heaven with that whole situation. Yeah, most are on blood thinners. Yeah. Oh, if they're on blood thinners, then it's really bad. Yeah, thinner skin. Yeah. Yeah, their skin gets to be like tissue paper. Even when trying to draw blood, it would like had no elasticity. You know what I mean? No elasticity. It would be like crepe paper, like tissue paper. It's weird. Right. And he should be facing that in court and asked about his weaponizing. Yeah, weaponization courses of protection services adults. Yeah. Like I said, if they were watching videos, especially mine, I've brought a lot of this stuff out. How can Eric be walking free? I don't know. But we'll have to wait and see. I guess we'll have to hope justice comes, for Eric. Or I should say justice for the Whittakers. Yeah. Now imagine that only BJ and Larry are left on the property. The two that he wanted to get rid of are the only two, ironically, that are still living there. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know what happened, where Betty is, but remember she had that friend Keisha, or not Keisha, Paige. Her name was Paige. Remember Paige? I'm wondering if she's with Paige, because she met Paige through Mark's soft white underbelly page. Yeah, his comment section or something. And so her and Paige have been close for years. And I don't know if she's with him, her, or what. Yeah. That's why I think the Eric compilation video was contradiction that used against the family would be good exposure video. Yeah, I think so too, Aquatic. And you know what? Who knows? If he hasn't been charged yet, maybe they do need more evidence. You know what I mean? And if he is going to get charged in the fall, hey, this will just be more evidence for him. You know what I mean? But it's, it would be easier for me to put that together than for them. If the authorities tried to sort through all them Whittaker videos, you know how long that would take? And, I don't even know if they have access to their videos. I know no one would sit in feces X amount of time, but to CPS take kids away, staying in dirty diapers in a time frame, yeah. And like I said, there is no way in hell that Ray is sitting in urine and feces for very long, because number one, like I said, we don't see the part where Ray rushes in and gets clean pants on. But number two, I said there's no way in hell that anybody sits in the urine and feces without getting a rash. Okay, because you will get a diaper rash. And once the diaper rash starts, it goes like wildfire. And that's why these people in nursing homes, that's why nursing homes stinks like pee, a lot of them. And and a lot of them get those diaper rashes and stuff. But yeah, how come Ray never had a diaper rash? And I'll tell you, he didn't have it because Eric showered Ray. He had Ray with his clothes off many times. He showered Ray, he dressed Ray, and he even put a diaper on Ray. And if there was one speck of a rash, Eric would have been all over that. He would be talking about it to this day. Oh, Ray had a big rash all over his ass. No, there was no rash. And that just shows you that he's not sitting in anything. Because there's nobody that can sit and urine, even just urine alone, without getting a diaper rash. It's just, that right there proves that he's not sitting in it. Or he would have a raging rash. So that diaper rash for a reason. I'm 68, I'll get a hematoma when I barely bump my skin and I'm not on blood thinners. Yeah, right? Yeah, it just happens. You know. Yeah, but if it's a nice little gift wrap bundle, yeah, the police should have ways with their usernames, even if deleted, to likely preserve their online accounts. I would think, but I'm not sure. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how far they go. What are you guys doing? I don't know how far they go. Remember, Eric told us they're watching all my videos. They said they're watching, and I'm showing them how good daddy I am. Ray would have been walking, yeah, very bad if he had severe rashes going on. Yeah, Eric would not. Yeah, he'd be still talking about it. Those rashes can get very serious. Sometimes lead to horrible ulcers. Yeah, Timmy loves his Mama Lorraine. Yeah, he does, and he loves Betty too, and he loves Timmy, and he loves, like it or not, he loves his family. He loves BJ. He loves Larry. He loves Kenny. You know, I mean, you know, that's his family. Even Jason is his family. Even that other guy, John, he's his family. And yeah, you know, they are who they are. Yeah, right. And he should be facing that in court, asked about his weaponization. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I do know that, if the guy did take on the case, um, the best people to sue are the ones with the deep pockets, right? You sue the insurance companies, you sue the state, you sue the county, you sue somebody that's got a lot of money. And so yeah, if the guy took on the case, he would be, at least he'd be suing somebody that can pay out. This is a lot of places you can sue, you're never going to get a dime. But hey, when it's the county and the state doing this to you, yeah, they'll get paid. I'd like to try to get a hold of that guy again. Yeah. In fact, I'll show you who he is. Let's see. Well, I did show it. And I don't know what happened to that guy, if he ever got his money or what, but these lawsuits take a long time. It's probably still in the courts. Yeah, appeal court brings down the gavel on a wayward judge. And this was a judge in family court, the same exact court they're in. Here he is, John Bryan. That's his name. John Bryan, a Beckley, West Virginia civil rights attorney. I knew he was civil rights. John Bryan sued former Raleigh County Family Court Judge Louise Goldston on behalf of a client whose home she illegally searched. Goldston stopped a divorce hearing and ordered everyone to the litigant's house to search the marital property without a warrant. Yeah, that's his name, John Bryan. Yep. Yeah, and so in order to get a hold of this guy, you got to submit a video to his Facebook thing. So yeah, there he is. John. Oh, here he is. I'll show you who he is. Is that him? Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's him. Let's see. John H. Bryan. Because I mean that to me that'd be great. And here he is. I'll show you who he is. This is the guy that I think the Whittakers need to get a hold of. This guy right here. Well, come right there. Civil rights. Union, West Virginia. And he lives not far from there too. And he will only take cases that are in that area. In that around that area, Beckley, right where they are. And he already took on the the family court judge, called her out and got her to step down. So the guy's good. I hope maybe he hears, and you know, he absolutely he knew who the Whittakers were probably before this, you know what I mean? Who doesn't, right? And you know what? I heard Creepalachia in an old video. He was saying that area, they like the Whittakers. It's not like everybody hates the Whittakers over there. No, that community over there likes the Whittakers, and they have watched out for the Whittakers. They didn't hate the Whittakers. You know what I mean? Like making them sound. No, that area, there's a lot of people who have known the Whittakers. They like the Whittakers, and yeah. So hope somebody in the area can get them hooked up with that attorney. Yeah, I would. Yes, Aquita. I agree. Betty could file her own lawsuit against both of them for A, the money that they owe, and B, for all the suffering and emotional trauma that's happened to her family and her. Yeah. See Betty. Yeah. Any of them. But you know, the Whittakers aren't going to do it on their own. Somebody's got to help them. You know what I mean? Yeah, Betty should, but you know, she ain't got it in her. You know what I mean? The Whittakers I don't think they got it in them to go get a lawyer and sue somebody. You know what I mean? Somebody'd have to like practically hold their hand to do it. You know? I just don't think they'd do it on their own. Cruel and inhumane to keep them, yeah, from their own family. And the family that did just fine. And nobody was bleeding. Nobody had broken bones. They came in rushing in with ambulances like they all just got, you know, hit by cars or something. That was so unnecessary, in my opinion. To rush in there like that, bum rush the whole place. You know, like stormtroopers, you know what I mean? They hit the Whittakers like, you know, beaches in Normandy, you know what I mean? I just don't believe Betty even knows possibility how to go. No. Yeah, not without somebody's house. Somebody'd have to hold their hands and do it and show them. I mean, that would be great. To get something out of it. Yeah, sounds like he definitely knows what he's doing if he can apply pressure to have someone stepping down. Yeah, a judge. He had a judge step down. That lady, yeah, I remember I did a video on that story. And yeah. And she had been getting away with it for years, doing the same thing over and over and over. It took that one person to get a hold of a lawyer and say, F this. I just got my civil rights trampled on. Yeah, I can see it. Even if they didn't really associate much, they still likely was watching out. Yeah, yeah, for sure. It absolutely sucks. I live alone and stay up at night. I like come on here conversation. Hey, good to see you tonight. Good to see you tonight. Yeah, it's kind of a night owl channel over here. So I was too tired this week. I've been coming in and feeding everybody and passing out because long days outside working. So, but yeah, I'm probably going to be back on in a couple days. I want to get a few videos out now that I'm caught up on everything. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, good to see you. Yep. What is this, Sunday? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a shame that nothing's been done, and now we're coming up in about 2 weeks. Will be a year, that we first saw Eric, and actually, as a matter of fact, you know what was it? Just about exactly a year ago is when they signed the contracts. I think they signed the contracts about the middle of June. So yeah, it's been a long 12 months. A long 12 months, but it's been 12 months since they signed the contracts and started all this. I mean, I've never seen anybody do so much destruction in the course of like 3 months. It's crazy. And I'm sure Eric probably regrets. It's like he flew too close to the sun. You know what I mean? Yeah, he tried to get it all at once. You know what I mean? He should have paced himself. Yeah, it was around this time. You know, the first time I saw it was because I really wasn't on Facebook, but I did see a few of the Timmy videos on Facebook, and at first I thought, oh, that's cool, you know. And I even told my friend, my bad influence friend, I said, hey, did you see the Whittakers are back? And some guy is having like a bunch of fun with Timmy. And she said, no, I didn't see it. And I said, yeah, it looks like he's I guess he's a neighbor, he's a friend or something. My friend was saying no. And she said, they're scammers. I said, no, it's not a scam at all. The guy's taking Timmy like different places and stuff. My friend kept saying, scammer, scammer, there's a scammer. I said, no, they're not scammers. I said, no. And then I saw Eric coming on. I said, hey, did you see a second guy got involved? And she said, scammers. She kept saying it. And I thought, well, that's kind of, negative. But she didn't want to look at them. She said they're scammers. And I said, nah, I think they're fine. And but when Eric came on board, I gotta say that Meet Patrick and Eric video, that one, that's when Eric came into the picture, yeah, I just thought something is weird here. You could tell, yeah, you could tell it wasn't probably going to turn out too good. I guess I've been on here 4 hours. I should probably get off of here. Yeah, I should probably get off here. I've been on 4 hours. I didn't realize it was so late. Time flies when you're having fun. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up and get off because I think these long live streams are hard for people to watch on the replay. Some people like them and some people don't. So yeah, I should probably wrap this up. Get off here. I know when they're too long, people have a hard time watching the replay. Yeah, it was around this time. If we could all, if we, hindsight is 2020. But when my friend kept saying that they're ripoffs, I started looking and thinking, maybe I don't know, but yeah, yeah. So anyway, yeah, maybe wrap this up and come back either tomorrow or the next day. Um, and I got to figure out why you guys can't hear my video when I'm replaying it. I have to do something different. Yeah, I'll be ready for that. But yeah, all right, I'll be ready too. Maybe I don't know, day after tomorrow, something like that. I could come on here every day. That wouldn't be a problem. Did you say Patrick was going to eat on? Did I say Patrick was going to eat on Eric? I don't think so. Patrick was going to eat on Eric. I'm not sure what that means. I was able to hear it. It was just very, very okay. I have to figure out why that is. But because I'd like to go over more of these clips, but I don't want to do it if you guys can't hear them. I got a lot of clips. Like I said, hundreds, literally hundreds. Patrick was going to eat on Eric. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, all right, well, I'll wrap it up. We can come back and do it again. I do want to say thank you for everybody that came in. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for my first memberships. I appreciate that. What cab Patrick say? I conned more money from you. What cab? What can Patrick say? Oh, what can Patrick say? I con more money from you. I don't know. I don't know, Ben. Nice chat. Well, thank you. It was very nice to spend time with you guys. I appreciate it. Been a long week, and I've been looking forward to coming back live again. So, anyway, thank you, not my monkeys, for and all you guys that bought the first memberships for the channel. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. I want to thank everybody. If you've been here for 4 hours, bless you, because it's kind of been a long live stream again. But so good night to Kathy, not my monkeys, Ben, JS Egars, Grace. Thank you for moderating, Grace. Always very graceful. It is so chill and mellow in here that like we barely have to. She barely has to use that wrench because everybody is so chill and so awesome that her wrench is like new. It's barely even been used. Hardly no scratches on it. Aquatech, thank you, Aquatech, for coming in. Thank you, Kathy Hanna. Not my monkeys. Florida life in the sun. I'm trying to think of the people that were here at the beginning, because this only goes back so far. So, yeah. Let me see here. Anyway, that's kind of not cooperating with me. So, everybody, I don't want to leave anybody out, but I do appreciate each and every one of you. And if you're listening on the replay, thanks for listening on the replay. Appreciate that. I'll try to put out some videos before I come back in a day or two. Hopefully you can join me again. My fellow night owls, hoot, hoot, hoot. Yeah, everyone have a great day. Everybody, thank you for coming in. Love each and every one of you. Love and light and peace. Good night, everybody.